Happening troops. I'm stuffing my face with mince pies. I was also trying to edit something in the background. I was deeply in concentration thought and I just seen the fucking little screen transition over. I think I've got music set up. Yeah, I've got music set up. I'm checking because I've set up a thing that after 3 months, if an alt has not reached level 70 in the guild, it gets kicked. So, today's plan, we don't have a plan, but I do need to do a couple more keys and I need to try and do a raid and a couple of other odds and ends. So, I'm going to finish my last mince pie. I've not really been doing guild ranks and stuff, it's holidays. So everything like that will get done in the new year. Happening, DK? Did you manage to get Patreon fixed? I forgot to check to see if you DM'd me again. No, you didn't, so I'm assuming you did. Need to check, because if I go to that part, no, it's only showing you as a guest. I know that there's been occasions recently that it kicked people out the server. This is going to be interesting. There's a public order up for a Whelpling crest. How much do they think that they're paying? Don't see it. That's how much are they paying? Guess I'm not going to answer. Right, I quickly jump to Discord, I put myself in there. How the fuck do you turn off this custom emoji thing? It is the biggest load of shit ever. It fucking sets like a what you're doing thing. Oop, I'm too close up. Right, let's happening. What are you up to? Right, let's think about this. I need to do a couple of keys. Dealing with clothes. Right, let me... So, I know what I need to do. I need to do at least 118 to get that ticked off. So, let's find that one. DHT BR AD. I don't need to be doing fall. Rise would be a good one. No, I'm just going to kind of plug away at it myself just now, mate. There's a couple of things I want to test out in the background. Let's go 17, 18 and 19. I might play with yours later on though. Let's go for that one. DH. I think I've got some weak order in the update as well, actually, think about it. I do. Right, so let's do that one. Let's do funk. So this one reminds you to use like so your fucking hellstones and everything. Good, dust till dawn. I'm going to end up updating this and I'll need to move everything. So one of the things I was looking at is a feature on Lurk. Is it Lurk? Can't remember. I'll remember in a minute. And it's to do with the MRT stuff. Right, let's put that there. Let's open that up. Let's go icon group. Put that there. Put bars. They go down over there. Other bars, they go there. Yeah, it's to do with, what's the name of the website? Because apparently you can now directly copy MRT stuff into it, or you can copy it straight to MRT. It's the Lurgs. Right now, I'll bring this up so you can see it. So I've not fully looked at this. I was looking at something on it the other day there. And hang on, to do a screen transition. Otherwise it just fucking goes bloop. Properties. We go that, we do that. We go back to game. So this here, now most people who track cooldowns and look at cooldowns, this should be sort of a common thing that you see. And what this is really good for is, so I'm at a prop Paladin, so going to prop Paladin. And I'll change this then to heroic, because it's slightly different mechanics. And we want to save kill time from, I wonder if I can get ones that are from 5 minutes or 3 minutes. 3:00. So there you go, that gives all the 3-minute bites, or close to 3 minutes at least. But what you can do, which I didn't realise, is you can actually copy the string. And you can put in the name that you want, so in my case it would be Artificer. It's not the right spelling for it. There's a funny eye in there somewhere. But essentially what you can then do is then copy that to clipboard, which it's now done. And if I then go back to the game, which I've got here, when we go into MRT, we can then go into notes. Let's create a new note. Let's call it prop P for prop Paladin, or pro P. And it then does this. Now, what these abilities is different spells and spell IDs and stuff down the side. But if I go back, hang on, because I can just bring this up on the fly. Let's just yoink. There you go. So what we can do is we can turn around and say, well, actually, what we want to track is when different things are happening. So let's take out everything I said. Let's strip it all the way back. So when is folk using combat potions? Well, you can see that generally speaking, they're using it at 6 seconds in. Some folk are pre-potting, which is what I tend to do. And you've got other things, so you've got when different buffs are going out. Now, I'm not really interested in them because they're externals. You can see there, look, Blessing of Sacrifice been put on them. You can see when Bloodlust is happening. Interestingly enough, a lot of them are using Bloodlust on Pool, but we would tend to do it during the burn phase. That's different trinkets, but things like defensives. When are defensives being used? At what points? And this gives you an idea of when to best use defensives as tanks. You can do the same thing for healing classes as well, but you can see here overall what's going on at different points, like who's using what different abilities. And if I take these out, you can see like when's people bubbling. Well, it tends to be the end, if at all. Major CDs, for the most part, these are being pushed on cooldown, which you'd expect anyway. Same with Divine Toll, although it's so this is where it's interesting. You can see that the likes of these ones here are using Divine Toll a little bit later in the fight. Why they use it later in the fight? Because that's when the ads come in on the first phase. So by being able to interpret the data and know what's happening, and you can work out why are certain abilities being used. And you can see here that you get a couple of folk that fucking throw it at the very start, but generally speaking, this here and this here is when Divine Toll's been used, and it's the ad phase. So what you can do is you can copy, like that one there's probably one of the better ones, it's slightly longer, to work out when to group up all the ads. Now I reckon that that's also a good one. Both of them would be relatively good because when the Divine Toll's going out. But all you would do, and that's for Divine Toll, that's the only thing that would be tracking, but you can also look at pairing it up with your other CDs and your DRs. Look, when everything was going on, when things were fucking going absolute mental, copy that, into game, and we'll just replace all this text, and that gives you your CDs, which again can be used for so many other classes. This doesn't need to be just for tanks or healers. If you were to go and take oops, wrong page. a DPS, let's go for, has it got evokers? Yeah, here we go. There's evokers on heroic, first boss. When are they doing different things? So if we take out this stuff for a second, and we look at Zephyr, for example, there's only one of them using it. Tip the scales. Again, it shows when that's been used. So you can find out at what points is what being used. And how often is it being used? Interesting enough, that's only used once. But yeah, this kind of creates a really good tool. In order to work out what to do it, when to use trinkets, if you've got any. In order to be able to push, you can also see when are folk using cookies and stuff, again, combat potions. And this can all be created as a one-time use thing. So when you set up MRT, we set up for the guild for when we're going to have a heal plan. But the other thing that people could be doing is setting this up on their own, having their own variation. The only thing is it's reliant on the fact that fights will only last a certain amount of time. Thereafter, they've got to kind of rely on their own instinct. But this is a good way to be able to get an idea of who's doing what at what times and on what classes. So if I was to take, let's go for Unholy DK a second. Let's go for a Gira. And again, you can see, look, you can take out everything that's in all of this. Why did that show up? Oh, it's an estimation. But you can see that when certain things are happening. Pretty much for the Unholy stuff, it's all on CD. On a gear, but it is a DPS race, that one. But you can also check to see when were they doing other abilities, when were they using anti-magic shield. Matty. So Matty, this is a good thing for you, just what we're talking about. So if you're going to Beastmaster for a second, and you want to find out on certain fights when they're using certain things. Hey, happening, man. So, Matty, as an example, when to use Bestial Wrath in a certain fight. Let's go for... Let's go for that one. So, first boss in the raid. Well, that was a long fight. When were they using Bestial Wrath? Well, you can see it's almost on cooldown. But then other abilities, like Fortitude of the Bear. Now, there's only a couple of people with it, which is a defensive ability, so it's not going to always need to be used. If you're not talented for that one, obviously you won't be able to use that. Call of the Wild, pretty much always on cooldown. But look, for an example, Matty, a good one for you to take would be that there, which is a nice long duration. You've also got when they've used the defensives. Now, what you could check is how frequently those were used. Now, for the most part, you could go for those, throw everything into the mix, take that, change that to just Matty a second, and we come back into the game. And all you need to do, Matty, is... Oh, wrong button. And then you have your timeline of abilities. Now, these are static timers, they're not dynamic, so they won't change. So as the fight speeds up or slows down, it doesn't really take that into account. But what that does give you is a thing that's going to pop up as you're using it. So if I do this as personal note, in fact, let me just go back to the prop Paladin version. Close that, go for tank, prop Paladin, and I want to take a nice lengthy one. So I'm going to take that there. What I need is the right spelling for my character. Control X. So we're back in this and out. So copy that. Minimize that back down. Open up MRT. And Control A, Control V. Set as a personal note. I need to fix this. I'll do it in a minute. So what I'm doing is I'm demonstrating how you can use MRT notes. What it should hopefully do is, if I go MRT, so here you can see down the side here, it's got the timers and the abilities. And if I just do talent build for that fight, when we go into combat, it should ping up with the different ability that I need to use. Now this one isn't going to count, but what it should do is it goes through, is at certain time frames, this would pop up. Now I would need to be in a raid for it to actually work. Training dummies doesn't really trigger encounter. So can we get into an LFR? Stop breathing in. I know I'm in combat. But essentially what it has here is when somebody else has used all their abilities in that timeline, and I can then mimic what they've done and use my major CDs at the same time they were using their major CDs. So it makes for a very easy method to mimic what other people's done. Look, there's a good reason for using it. Look, there's a good reason to mimic what other players have done, because it tends to suggest, if you look at trends in data and interpret the data correctly, you'll see that they've used things over certain points, and yeah, you can work it out. So yeah, does that make any sense to you guys? Look, I know you're sitting listening, but do you understand the whole principle of this? So instead of me having to build up an entire raid plan for every individual class, when to use your CDs, when to burst on things, you can go and copy somebody else's data, put it into MRT as your own work, and you just set what you need it for, so that becomes that boss. I'll call that prop P for prop Paladin, and then all I would do is make that as a new window whenever I get to that boss. So you can essentially build up. So what you have is the guild CD plan when we're going to do certain things. We've got our notes phase, which is our plans for who's doing what and where. So you have 3 different things running. One which is the guild's CD plan, which is for the healing plan. Assignment plan, telling you where to go and when to go there and what you're meant to be doing. And then lastly is your own personal part of when to do your own CDs. Look, really easy to do. Happening, Grinchy. So it comes from lurgs.io, it's on Discord. So I'll just give you another example. So you're playing Holy Priest just now. Not Holy Priest, sorry. Although actually I want to speak to you about that. You're playing Shadow Priest. So we take Shadow Priest, so I'll go all the way back to the very start. So this is at the page here, that's how it looks. So you find your class, so range Shadow Priest, and we change it from Mythic down to Heroic, because that's what we're doing. You could leave it on Mythic, because then you're sort of getting used to slightly longer fights and things are going on. And this is the first boss. And what you can turn around and go, right, at what point do I want to use my ratio, if I have it? Now, interestingly enough, there's not very many ratios for that one. You've then got trinkets, at what points are they used? So if you've got any of these trinkets, you can include them. If not, then obviously you fucking skip out. Interesting enough, the tennis racket's got an on-use ability, which is the staff. Now, 13 and 14's trinkets, I think weapon is slot 1, so it'd be /use 1 to put it on your action bar. You can also see like when things like PI's been put out on players. Now this is when they receive PI potentially, or while they were using PI, pretty much on cooldown, kind of makes sense. Pain suppression, did anyone use that? Well, only one, so I don't really want to look at that. Life cocoon, now you don't have that as an ability, but that's somebody's put it on them. That's the frosty. But the thing that you probably want to look at then is when was defensives used. Now, interestingly enough, Fade. Now, I keep talking about using defensives quite a bit, and you can see here that that Fade is used a lot by like this person here, and it's used quite a bit, which is a damage reduction, a DR ability, and it drops the aggro. Now, the reason they're dropping aggro in the first boss is all the ads. They're trying to avoid the waves and waves of ads that are coming in. And that's why you can see they're dropping it here, 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 here. Nothing here because that's the burn phase. And then again here, 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 here. So that one makes sense why I would use that for the fade effect. They've also put in Desperate Prayer. So again, if we look at the one that looked pretty decent, yeah, that would make sense. You'd use Desperate Prayer after the point of the last burn phase of ads. But you can also then look at, well, when we're using things like Vampiric Embrace, when we're using the other big CDs, and you can build all of this up by ticking as much or as little as you want, and then going, well, I want to use that one, and then put in your name. Apologies if I spelled that wrong. Copy that, go into the game, make a new profile, select what boss it's for, give it a name, paste it in. That's your timeline. So you have your timeline for major CDs, personal notes for assignments, and your own personal part. So where we push that out and that goes to notes, and you set that as personal notes, you then set your own one in a new window. So you've essentially got 3 windows. You've got notes, personal notes, and a side panel note, and they all link into Weak which is the one that pops up telling you when to use certain abilities at certain points. Does that make sense to you, Drone? Hang on, I've just had somebody ask to join. It's not just a case of just copying and pasting everything. Sometimes you've got to be selective. Like, you don't want to take everything that they're using, what I've just put in here. So you might want to consider what's the one spell that you know you need to be doing better at, or what are you needing a bit more help with, and going, well, really need to know when to be using fade more often. I'm happy with everything else. I'm just really bad at remembering to use my DR. Take that. It'll pop up with the icon telling you when to use it. But yeah. Again, Matty, you can do the same if you're still looking around. You go into range class Beastmaster, first boss again, and at what point are they using like Bestial Wrath? And you can see Bestial Wrath is pretty much on cooldown, rinse repeat on all the way through. The only time, now this is actually a good example of one that I would probably look at using, which is they've used it on cooldown up to here, and then there's a gap. The reason for that gap is because they're burning the branch, and then they go back to using it. Whereas this guy here is fucking just pumping it, doing damage, but during that phase there he's not doing anything, because he's not doing damage to the boss. So that's somebody that's trying to get a good PAL score, whereas this one down here is somebody that's actually playing the mechanics. So sometimes understanding the phases of the fight, and you can get that for up the top here, you can see the different mechanics that it's got, and you can mouse over and it tells you, and you can see what they were and what's the approximate timestamp of them. Now it's not going to be exact, and this isn't a I've got to do that at that point. It's more a use it for the purpose of what it's needed for. If it's not needed, don't use it. Anyway, enough of that. I really need to try and get a key done. Dark Art Thicket. Alright. Didn't even get a chance to fucking apply for that. I feel like turn around and saying to him, you just declined me, what do you want? I need to fix a wee corner. Right, so this wee corner is that of the prop Paladin one. It's that, and it should only ever load in combat. But it's not all of it, it's the nope, that part. Display load in combat. There we go. Yeah, Dark Art Thicket. Which I believe is that one. Sure, that's Dark Art. Oh, is it that? That's Everbloom. That's Dark Art. I think. I hope I get that the right way around. This is where everybody in chat starts screaming at me, no, you went in the wrong portal. Oh well, shit happens. Yeah, we got it right. We're all good. Might as well take the summon. Oop. Cheeky cheeky da. I've got an ABBA song stuck in my head. It starts with it's Chickatia or something. I can't remember them. Vegetable. want that as well. I want that. 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 I'm all good. I think I might get rid of that one. I think that's trying to get me to pop down a repair anvil. Do we bubble go into this? I think we do. I'm ready. I think I was ready. Although, I'm not sure I'd want to take the warlock. He's not wanting to use fucking food or anything.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And the birds are go.
Life cocoon. Counter. Freedom.
Interrupt.
Time warp.
Three, two,
Revival.
1. AOE. Help spirit. Three, two, 1. AOE.
Saviors. Be still, worm. I will deal. Short.
Interrupt.
Counter. 3, 2, 1.
Help spirit. Interrupt.
Counter. Invoke
Charging. Move.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit. Charging. Move.
I really should dispel, but I really don't want to.
Three, 2.
Help spirit.
Come on. Kick them through it. I don't freeze them.
Three, 2, 1. Invoke Chi.
Interrupt.
Counter. Life cocoon. Counter.
Interrupt.
on, kick them into the back.
2, 1.
Fucking mages doing nothing here.
Counter.
Help spirit.
Counter.
Interrupt. Three, two, one. AOE. Three.
I don't really see the point in skipping them.
1.
2, 1.
Help spirit. Three, two, one. AOE. Three,
Invoke GG.
2, 1. AOE.
Why is my phone going mental? I think it's Instagram.
2, 1.
Help spirit. 3, 2, 1. AOE.
Dee. Come on. This is where you get folk complaining because you've got to try and avoid this leaping. Don't stand behind me. You're going to get fucking trampled over this side.
Defensive.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit. Dodge. Defensive.
3, 2, 1.
Help target you.
Invoke GG.
Can see somebody standing behind me.
Dodge. Defensive.
Oh, it's in there.
3, 2,
They
1.
target you.
Freedom.
They target you.
Nine seconds and it's dead.
Dodge. Defensive. Be on the way.
3,
There
2,
we go. I can mount up now.
They will be more prepared. For your true power rests in the light.
1.
Silence. When you open your mouth again, you will be deprived.
Help spirit. Dispel. Watch your step. Watch your step.
3,
Help spirit.
Oh, I don't remember it.
Watch your step. Dispel. Move. Watch your step.
3, 2,
Can I avoid all these stones? Don't go into the mushrooms.
Invoke GG.
Watch your step.
Three, two, one.
Watch your step.
Help spirit.
Dispel. Watch your step.
Tiger's Lust.
Watch your step.
Three, two,
Move.
Help spirit.
invoke Chi.
Watch your step. Move.
Fucking burn these.
Three, two,
Watch your
one.
step.
Help spirit.
It's too far away.
Watch your step. Dispel.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
It's a great week for paladins, by the way, Gringy.
Watch your step.
Just fucking dispel things really quickly and get rid of the affliction.
Countered. Countered. Three, two, counter. One.
Help
Counter.
spirit.
Interrupt.
Countered. Three, counter, two, one.
Help spirit.
Kinda out of kicks now.
Counter.
Nearly done, nearly done.
Counter.
Yeah. I never realised I cheated death at some point.
Time warp.
Wonder when that was.
Three, two,
Knock.
one.
Help spirit.
Watch your step.
Invoke Chi.
Defensive.
4, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, add 1.
Three, two, one.
Help
Life
spirit.
cocoon.
Watch your step.
Knock.
Come on, use Bless on Freedom.
Defensive.
4,
Watch your step.
3, 2, 1.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit. Ads.
Invoke GG.
Watch your step.
Knock.
Four. Defensive.
A pity you have come this far only to die at the hands of Satan's. An empty threat. You hold no sway over this
3,
realm, Nightmare
2,
Lord.
1.
Help spirit. Knocking back.
3,
Four.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
Invoke GG. Counter. Counter. Three, two, one. Tiger's Lust. Three. Invoke
Two.
GG. 1.
Help spirit.
Four.
Knocking back.
Three, two, 1.
Help spirit.
Four.
Counter, countered, countered. Three, two, 1.
Help spirit.
Beam.
Breath incoming. Keep
Wind.
moving.
Invoke GG.
I don't even remember what one you're talking about.
Move. Beam.
Breath incoming.
Three, two, 1.
Help spirit. Keep
Wind.
moving.
Move. Beam.
Breath incoming.
Three, two, 1.
Help spirit. Keep
Wind.
moving.
Invoke GG.
Move. Beam.
Breath incoming.
Three, two, 1.
Help spirit.
Pocket spirit can help itself. I really don't remember, Matty, what you're meaning.
Life cocoon.
Don't need like a
Counter.
cocoon, I already bubbled.
Counter.
Interrupt.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Invoke Chi. Counter. Counter.
So I've learned something to this boss. Apparently the tank needs to keep him out of the shit as well.
Help
Who knew it?
spirit. Dispel. Dispel.
I didn't even think of that one. Right, summoner first.
Two, one. Counter. Counter.
Help spirit.
Counter. Counter. Invoke Chi. Counter.
Dispel.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
I don't see his spirit.
I need to get closer. Fracture your feeble mind.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Invoke Chi. Life cocoon.
AoE.
This is at 50. Oh, time warp's not ready yet.
Three. Time warp. One.
Help spirit.
He's 5 seconds out.
Still way slow.
Right, I need to watch all this shit fucking hitting the ground, not to keep the boss in there.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Still way slow. Fracture your feeble mind.
Revival. Invoke Chi.
No, don't let it happen. Don't let it hit him. That's 2 stacks. 4,
Three, two, one.
5. Oh, fuck it. He's dead anyway. Yeah, the more shit that fucking lands on him, the more stacks he gets.
We must, however, stay vigilant. Deep inside the nightmare, Xavius remains unvanquished. The enemy you fought here.
Oh. I'll get 2 upgrades on it. What did I get? I got a trinket. Need neck. What is it? Oh, it's a fucking good neck. It's got a shit ton of fucking mastery on it. Nope, we're getting a portal out of here. That's always good. Right, that's me got my weekly done. What was that? Oh, it's fucking Instagram. Oh. Hey, what's wrong with you? Back to Valdraken. Right, so you barely remember myself. It had Rogues in the band soundtrack, and it said it was a top rated guild. I had Rogues in them, and we're all wearing the same. I really don't remember it. You sure it was me that showed you? It's not ringing bells with me, mate. It's was that Heart Thicket? I've nearly got to Keystone Hero. I'm 45 points off a Keystone Hero. I'm curious to see if we can get it just simply by doing timed 18s. I've got 1, 2, 3 more for this week to get 18s. Me on a night shift. What was I tripping out my box? Look, do you remember how it went? Do you remember any of it? What was the soundtrack? What? How did it go? Wait, I need to turn that heater off. I'm not liking this heater. Because it doesn't set itself off whenever the heat gets to a certain temperature, which kind of goes up. The song I've got stuck in my head is the ABBA song, and it's Chica Chica something or other. Chica Chica tira dee 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 dee. My gran's an ABBA fan, and there was something that reminded me of it earlier. The Chicky Chicky. Does anybody know the words to it? Seriously, if somebody knows the words, please help. Sing along in the hymn. in chat. If you know the words, let's hear it. But you've got to actually type it as if you're singing it. It can't just be a copy paste exercise for fucking Wikipedia. Right, how many keys have I done for the week? I've done 4. I need 4 more. 23 AD. Oh, that looks good. Better not though. 17, 18, 19. In case you are wondering what I'm doing, I am targeting specific keys right now. And this is something I would recommend to everyone to be doing. Is you get the add-on called Pre-Made Groups Filter, which is this here. This middle bit. And what I've got on the right is Raider.io's add-on. So you've got the Blizzard UI group finder, you've got pre-made group filter in the middle, and Raider.io on the right. And all I'm doing is I'm looking down the list for this week, which is the one that's highlighted, and I can see that I need Rise, because I've only done a 17. I need a Tool Desire, because I've done a 16, and I need Blackrock Hold, because I've done a 15. And all I'm trying to do is get all these up to 18, and then that gets this to come up as well. And then when it comes to next week, I will target Fall, Rise, and Blackrock as well, to get them all up to 18. So that'll get me Keystone Hero, which is 2,500. And then what I'm also doing is over here, I've typed in, I'm looking for a 17, 18, 19. What that does is it takes the 17 key and goes, right, what's one either side of that? Well, it's a 16, a 17, and an 18. So that means that a 16 gets 1 vote, 17 gets 1 vote, and 18 gets 1 vote. You then put the 18, and it does the same thing. So that gives the 17 2 votes, the 18 2 votes, and now the 19's got a vote. And then the 19 does the same, and it votes on the 18, so it gets 3 votes. The 19 gets 2 votes, and a 20 gets 1 vote. The one with the higher votes is the 18, so it looks for specifically an 18. So you bracket either side of it, and it finds the common value number. I've also included that I only want people that have got at least 2,000 mythic rating. I'm not here to carry people through keys if I can avoid it. I was looking for groups that only had healers, however, I'm going to start now looking at ones that potentially don't have healers. And there's an 18 Rise right there. It's got a Bloodlust in it and a couple of other bits and pieces. So we'll try that one. That's the Rise I need. I will be doing Rise quite a bit because I need to get a trinket from it. I'm a little bit short on a trinket. Oh, that group's full. Let's see what else to do. There's a Druid, Monk, Rise. So it's now just a case of working out what. That's a good group. It's got a mage in it. But to improve your own mythic rating and get into groups, you essentially need to be targeting every dungeon that there is over both weeks. Need to just upgrade some of my gear. So headpiece. I need to actually save that. And save that. Oh, not quite enough yet. They take it all the way up. Quickly fix my transmog on the way past. And we'll do the repair. Right, let's fly out. Look at this, these fuckers are all just lurking around. Alright. Are these all in the same guild? No, those three are all in the same realm. I wonder if the three of them are together. I'll wait inside because I don't have the ability to see any of them. I was just waiting for the mage anyway. Do. Those two are in the same guild. He's not. Got no idea what fucking guild he is. Some Chinese name. Let's see, food's got an hour. Flask has ran out. Wait to see. I'm looking for funk. Mythic plus override. Went round the weapon.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Interrupt.
Come on. There's a book up there. I wonder what that's for.
Crowd control. Interrupt. Watch your step.
Countered.
Now, there's something I was watching the other day there, and it's to do with
Help spirit.
Shield.
the
Interrupt.
use of
Watch
the
your
boomerang.
step.
The boomerang hits them as well.
Watch your step.
Three,
Shield.
2, 1.
Help spirit. AOE incoming.
4.
Watch your
Oh, fuck's sake.
AOE incoming. Crowd control. Interrupt. AOE incoming.
Stampeding roar.
Interrupt.
4.
Watch your
3,
AOE incoming.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
Tiger's lust.
4.
Watch your AOE incoming.
Might need to practice that one a
AOE
little bit more.
incoming.
4,
Watch orb. AOE incoming.
3, 2, 1.
dodge,
Charging. Move. Crowd control.
Countered. Countered.
Crowd control.
Oh, I can't
Interrupt.
fucking use it.
dodge,
Charging. Move. Interrupt.
Countered. 2, 1.
Help spirit.
dodge,
Charging. Move.
Tiger's left.
Interrupt.
Ooh. Hey, he's got a Santa hat. It's kind of cool.
Time warp. 3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
dodge,
Shockwave.
Yeah, there is. It's over at the side there. Look.
knock,
Knocking back. Help
enter,
Zerk.
I'll show you in a minute.
3,
knock,
Knocking back.
1.
Help spirit.
shield,
Tiger's lust.
You see him?
Three, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
dodge,
Shockwave.
I'm so glad it's that one. At least I can half see. Yeah, there's the presents all over.
Watch your step. Interrupt.
Countered.
3, 2,
3,
AOE 1,
2,
AOE,
1.
Watch your step.
3, 2, 1,
AOE
AOE,
incoming.
Three, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
No, I'd rather
Watch your
not.
step.
Nobody else seems to want to do it. Bastard. See, because everyone fucking tries to run through it once, it just triggers it all. Oh. Yeah, I seen it whenever I first came in. You bastard. This is what happens if you end up getting fucking held back by everyone else. Do do do.
Watch your step.
3, 2, 1.
Watch your
AoE
step.
incoming.
Breath
Three.
incoming.
2,
Help
1.
spirit. Watch your step.
Well, I've got one of them. I think the mage is doing the other.
Counter.
Shockwave. Interrupt.
1.
Help spirit. Interrupt.
Counter. Three, two, 1.
Help spirit.
Innervate. Counter. Flourish. 3, 2, 1.
Help spirit. Shockwave.
Three, two, 1.
Help spirit.
TVM.
Counter. Counter. 3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Counter.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
3.
Happy days. That's that bit done. This is going to be the fun part because I don't think the Drew's got it in to heal us.
1.
Help spirit. Interrupt. Interrupt.
Three,
Interrupt.
1.
Help spirit. Watch your step.
Hot potato, hot potato.
Tiger's lust.
Crowd control.
Three, two,
Watch your step.
one.
Help spirit.
Counter, counter.
I think that we call it that shows when they're about to cast. So we call it sort of predicts the timings of cast in order to kick.
Help spirit. Interrupt.
Counter.
I've got no idea what that fucking Drew's doing because he's nowhere near me, so there's no way he's healing me. He's out of range.
Three, two,
Oh, don't stand in the middle.
Bait.
Help spirit. Defensive.
innervate. Find warp.
Shockwave.
Oh, well done. He's getting buffed.
Ads.
Tiger's lust. Three, two, one.
Defensive. Help spirit.
Bait. Ads.
Shockwave.
Counter. Flourish.
Defensive.
Three, two, one.
Ads. Help spirit.
Fucking cunts aren't even paying attention. Oh man. We're waiting a while.
Countered. Three, two, one.
Help spirit. Shockwave.
Hide.
Breath incoming.
Three, two, one. Time warp.
Help spirit. Shockwave. Watch your step.
Fixate.
Tiger's
Shockwave.
Lust. Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Hide.
Watch your breath incoming. Shockwave. Watch your step.
Three, two, one.
Wow. Talk about fucking carrying.
Crowd control.
Countered.
Watch your step. Help spirit.
Heavy on the island as well. Now we can open the time waves to the past. Come on. We need to save those storm.
You ever feel like just trashing somebody's key because they just talk utter shit?
Three, two, one.
AOE incoming.
AOE. AOE.
Breath incoming.
Three, two, one.
AOE incoming.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit. Breath
Tiger's Lust.
incoming.
I mean,
We face enemies above and below.
everyone.
This is going to be interesting, this final boss. Oh man. I can see this druid lasting about a whole 30 seconds.
My friends, with me, we face them together.
PvP gear. Crafted. Explorer. Lit. Fucking hell.
Time warp.
War.
3,
Add.
2,
Breath
1.
incoming. Hope spirit.
Four.
Breath incoming.
Add. Four.
3, 2, 1.
Breath incoming.
Four. Add.
Breath incoming.
3, 2, 1.
Four.
Hope spirit.
Four.
Rebirth. 3,
Watch your
AoE.
step.
2,
I wonder if they'll actually dispel these.
Hope spirit.
Innervate.
Doesn't look like it.
Tiger's Lust.
Breath incoming.
Four.
Watch your
AoE.
step.
3, 2, 1.
Hope spirit. Breath incoming.
Four.
Wonder if they've done the object.
Watch your
AoE.
step.
Well, thank fuck that's over with. I know why they didn't prop Paladin, because they couldn't have done it with a fucking a DH or anything. Oh look, we get legs. Hero legs. I think I've already got hero legs in my bag. Yep. Those actually, I think, are the ones I'm looking for raiding. I want to do my 18. No, I don't. I'm not carrying your fucking healer through another key. Right, what does that take me to? 5 out of 8 on the vault, all 18s. We still need to do an AD and a BH to get it to an 18 for this week. Oh. What's everyone else up to? Chris farming. I mean, I think I need to do a little bit more for Flightstone. I think I'm a little bit short on Flightstone still. About it to do keys. About it. Is Predator still about? Because I've got a coaching session to do with him. I still don't have enough Flightstone. Which means that Ace Verse Crit Mastery. So I could probably use those trousers. Hang on. I'd lose Verse off them, but I'd pick up Mastery and I'd pick up Crit. So actually, those trousers.
May I serve you again?
That works for that set. And that works for that set. Yes, I know I need to get enchants for them. Yes, about. Ask him, does he want to do his coaching session? It's blowing a fucking hoolie out here. Ask him to jump up to the coaching channel. The one thing that he needs to agree to though is that his voice can be heard on stream. The reason for this is because he will be able to re-watch back over on YouTube at some point to be able to pick up on what we've done. I'll even try and edit this one so that I cut it to the specific section. So as long as he's happy for his voice to be heard on stream, I will be able to do his coaching session, meaning that he can also go back and re-watch it any time. It also means you guys and gals can watch back if there's something in it you feel that will be useful. If you can type it in Twitch, that'd be great. So that I have a written agreement that he agrees to have his voice. So what we do, what do you call it? It used to be data protection, they changed it to D something or other. Digital fucking likeness. I forget the name of it. Right, I need to get a haste enchant for the ring. Happy days. It's a ring enchant I'm just looking to get hold of. I just need the one. Right, give me a moment to I go to this here. I turn on voice chat to be broadcasted. I am going to take a quick break though. I just need to relieve my bladder and grab a couple of bits and pieces. So if Predator you're about, I'll be with you in a minute. I just need a second. We'll do BRB. Come back to a trade window before enchants. Only needed one. You're not splitting. Yeah, I'll give the rest of them back. I honestly I don't need them because I don't use. I've got the rings I need. I'm never going to need another ring, so come back and take them. Stop running away. Right. 1 second. Right, let me jump down. Batman did.
Hello.
Right, so obviously you know that your voice has been broadcasted. The reason for this is so that when we
You,
go
you're
back.
getting robot, mate.
Oh, is it fucking Discord going mental? Just shows that when we go
You're
back.
getting robot, mate.
Oh, is it fucking Discord going mental?
Yeah.
So you can turn off the stream. You don't need it running, or you can turn the sound off in the stream. Can you hear us okay? You muted yourself. You muted yourself.
No, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I think you've got the stream running as well though, so you're going to get double audio.
No, I've muted yours. Hang on. Let me...
Oh, I need to move out the channel so I can get into it again. I really wish that you'd stop doing this little frog thing. Right, hello.
Right.
You guys okay, Sam? Yeah, there we go. Right, so the first question is, what is your main area that you're looking to cover?
In what exactly? Mythics or what?
So your coaching request was originally based around, how to find it? Mythic Plus. So you want to do Mythic Plus, and it was mostly Mythic strats, gearing, DPS, and improving.
Yeah. Basically, I think one of the things that I've got to make some notes on is possibly just the mechanics of probably, the bosses that when we come to them.
Okay.
Certain little tips and tricks along the way with the mobs, maybe something like that, just to make the key run a bit more smoother. So, ahead of the game, that I know what I'm going into.
So what we're probably better doing then is doing a talkthrough of each dungeon, and do it on the old content because it's easy, and then the two of us can just walk in, smash everything up, and explain the sort of unfold of the keys we go through it.
Yeah.
The only one that I don't think I can do that with is Dark Heart Thicket. Not Dark Heart Thicket, is Rise and Fall, because it's a mega dungeon and it's still pretty current. But we can come back to that one. Is there any specific ones out the list that you really feel that you could do way more help with than any?
Well, Everbloom, I've done quite high ones. I'm not too bad with Everbloom. Well, it's usually the Rise ones I find quite difficult.
Rise and Fall? So
yeah.
Okay.
Maybe like the old ones, Dark Heart Thicket.
Well, what we'll do then is, let's go to the portal room. Let me also chuck you an invite.
I need to start doing high keys now for the crests, and I don't want to be struggling.
Yeah. I mean, as you've seen me doing probably today, I'm doing nothing but 18s. I'm not going any higher, not going any lower. The reason for doing an 18 is you get the crest that you need, which is Aspect Crest. The end of dungeon reward is Hero Track. So a 17 key will give the exact same. It will give end of dungeon Hero Gear, and it will give Aspect Crest. The difference is the Vault reward. By doing an 18, you get Myth Track, whereas a 17 only gives Hero Track. So you're as well going that one key higher in order to get your weekly done. So yeah, by just simply going to 18s, and 18s aren't that hard in the grand scale of things. Look, I've said this a few times now. Look, Shadowlands 15s, they were fucking hard, versus this season's 20s. I've not done any 20s, but I know from watching them, and just the general feel of like 18s, that they're just so much easier. Do you want to start round this side? We'll work our way around the portal system, so we'll do Throwing a Tides first. And we just jump down and swim down. What I'll do is I'll put all these onto normal difficulty, and then we can just fucking blast the trash. Oh, I'm getting sucked in.
Right, I'm going to be making a few notes, so if we need to stop at some point.
That's what you'll be able to watch us back on YouTube.
Oh, right, okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, good point.
That's why I'm doing it this way, because it makes it a lot easier. All you need to do is make a note of the timestamp of when we started, which is... How long's my stream been running? Wait to find it. It's on one of my monitors. Duration. 2 hours into this stream. Right, so if we go inside, you understand the whole etiquette of putting the key in the fountain and doing the timer and all that stuff, don't you?
Yeah.
And obviously the main reason for that is to do things like pre-casting before you enter into the dungeon. Right, just to update.
Right, just entering now.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't know why, but Hammer of Wrath doesn't work on the precast.
Because it needs a target.
Yeah. No, I mean Avengeful, the boost one. Yeah,
Yeah.
Avenging Wrath. Right.
Just give me a second. Right, that should do it. I've just updated the stream name. Whoop, looking at the sky. So how much of this dungeon do you know and what sort of happens? So I've got an idea of what you know.
Well, not a lot, to be quite honest. I've only just, obviously gone with the guild, and there's a few counters we've got to do with some of them.
So the first opening pool you'll normally get in here is from that trash pack that I've just killed all the way to this yellow marker.
Yeah.
The one with the yellow marker needs to be kicked. They also do high damage. What you'll probably find is the tank will use some form of bubble effect in order to get through that first part.
Yeah.
But it's just about making sure that you kick that big one. You've then got 2 on this that needs to be kicked, and the big guy. The big guy's the priority, and then the 2 kicks either side.
Yeah.
Happy on that?
Yeah, 'cause I've got the nameplates, so they're pink colour, so I know which ones are going to be casters.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, so that's fine. Happy with them ones.
Right, so the big guy in the middle of the room, essentially what he'll do is he will turn to face a player. He fixates towards one player and does a frontal cone. Now you can avoid the frontal cone by quickly zipping out the way of it. However, the easier way to deal with this is you spread around the room. So the tank goes to the far side of the room, and then your DPS and your healers sort of just fan round. It doesn't need to be a 90-degree angle towards each other. It's just essentially form a half moon around the back away from the tank. That way, when it turns to do its frontal, it doesn't hit more than one player.
Yeah.
The other thing it does is it spits out a big pile of goo on the ground, and then the tank will normally kite it away to give a bit more space so that folk can kind of come back in again.
Yeah.
Happy with that?
Yeah, that's fine. So it's more of a tank role, really, and the DPS cleave from
Yeah,
behind.
so if you just watch a second, what I'll do is... Oh, never mind. My trinket killed them. Didn't even fucking do anything. But yeah, essentially it'll do a frontal cone, so it'll be facing in the direction that the tank faces it, and then it'll fucking do a 180, spit out a frontal cone. Obviously what you want is the players to be sort of spread around like a half moon shape around it, so that whenever it fixates outwards, it'll only hit one player at a time.
Yeah.
Happy on that one?
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, we can then use the new elevator system to go up. And if you actually look on the way up, you can see the final boss through the wall. You see his big googly eyes.
Oh, yeah.
So what's happened is the boss has stuck his fucking tentacles into the other portals, forcing you into this direction. At the start of this, once everyone comes up, you get a wave of trash. You can see them running down, and it's essentially stack in so that these all get killed at one spot. Depending on what week it is will depend how far the tank will go. You'll find probably this week, because it's raging, he'll stop about here, rather than try to take these two big ones.
I noticed these were casters. Is there a certain ability on them, or are they just easy?
So it's the same as the one downstairs. So anything that's a caster will always have a main kick ability that you need to do on them. And then these two big guys are just fucking big and chunky. They deal a tank debuff that you need to mitigate through. This is again where the likes of your externals, likes of blessing a sacrifice and things, can come in really helpful. But you need to make sure that the tank hasn't got if it's a prop paladin, for example, it's not got the fatigue buff from using shield. Or the other thing is, so blessing a sacrifice will be fine, but blessing a protection is not a good one to use on a tank, because blessing a protection will drop the aggro off the tank, and it will just go mental. But bless a sacrifice is a good one for you to use. Like, sacrifice your health for the tank's health. You're a plate at the end of the day.
Yeah.
The next pool, you will always find that you line of sight. Now, line of sight works with the full group. So if, for example, you stand out, then the casters, which is the two either side, they would focus on you because they can still see you.
Yeah.
So everyone must line of sight, and is one of these, you're better being nice and tight into where I'm stood just now, so that it pulls them into this area. And what you'll find is that the tank will do, like myself, is I will just sort of glance out and flash out in order to taunt, and then bring them in, and you see that everything gets pulled into this area.
Yeah. And then we just cleave it down and...
Yeah, and then the same thing on this other trash pack. You would kite them back as well. You'll see like tanks will do stuff like this in order to bring it in, and it's in my consecration that they're then coming into, which is really important because it allows me to pick up the aggro of everything that's coming in.
Yeah, because you're damaging them, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's putting a small amount of damage on it. But again, this is where you need to be tight in, and you've just got to take and deal with bad camera angles for a few seconds, deal with what's happening, power through it, and then once all the aggro's been picked up, you'll probably find the tank will come through to this side in order to do what it needs to. The next pool isn't actually here because we're in normal, but on the Mythic you get one of those big guys patrolling around, the same as the one that we had downstairs that does the frontal cones.
Yeah.
So you get him as well. And in order to prepare for the next pool, you would do a big pool where you grab all of this as one, and you've got 3 casters, which is the big ones at the back. This is a high damage phase. Tank will take a bit of DPS, but he'll normally know himself he's got to mitigate it in order to push through it. And then you can see the next pack has got 2 casters on the end. Any good tank will know to pull one and kick the other.
Yeah.
So that it brings them all into one place. But essentially, you want to make sure that you get all these grouped together. And that takes you up to the first boss.
Cool. That's pretty straightforward then, really.
Yeah. The main boss mechanics you get in this, it's got 2 phases that goes between. The first phase is there's a debuff that goes out onto a player. You move out to the side and it spawns orbs, and you can damage the boss. So you can fucking go for it looks like, what do you call her? The Greek god, Medusa.
Yeah.
So you damage the boss. She'll then get to a point where she then portals into the centre and you can't do any damage to her, so she becomes immune. You get 3 main adds, 2 casters, which is left and right, and one that does a frontal cone that spawns into the back, along with lots of little fucking trashy murloc. The little trashy murloc don't make any difference. 2 casters must be pulled together, and the guy who does the frontal, you stay away from him. At the same time, there's also swirlies hitting the ground that you need to step out of. So a lot of damage to avoid, a couple of things to kick, and group everything up, DPS it down. Once they're down, back to boss, same things. She does chain lightning, which is normally focused onto the tank, bounces between everyone. Somebody gets a debuff, they go off to the side, drop the debuff, orbs come out, she goes back to the middle after a period of time. Adds spawn in again, pick up the 3 main adds, make sure you do the kicks, watch the frontal, watch all the little things, watch the shit on the floor. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat.
Okay.
Happy with that?
Yeah.
And
I'll have to, run it and do it like practice.
but I mean,
we've done it before, haven't we?
So you can see she's stuck in her phase. That's her doing her fucking phase. So this is where all the adds is. And you can see here,
Interrupt.
there's your interrupts.
Interrupt.
Once they're all dead, you can then go back to her and you can see there's another cast at her side.
Yeah.
We actually like double ad spawn and we end up with a double phase there. Happy with that?
Yeah, that's cool, yeah. Fine.
The other thing that happens whilst you're in this phase is the room itself gets flooded around the edges and you can't go into these back rooms because it's got fucking shit on the ground. The next one is, so once you've done that, you need to then use the portal to open up the gate. If you've got DBM, it will skip the mechanics. And then you get the next boss, which on normal you can skip, which is this big guy. Essentially what you want to do is bring him into the corner so that you bait the ink onto the ground, so everyone stacks together. You bait the ink on the ground and then you step out it. And he will then do a knockback effect. So it's really important that you're not on this side of him, because if you get knocked back this way, you're going to land in that trash pack that we didn't pull.
Yeah.
So it's always important that you pretty much stay on top of the tank, or at least move in for the bait phase to drop the ink, move out of the ink.
We're actually kiting them around this edge, aren't we?
Yeah, so you normally bring them into here and then you'll come around to this side. Essentially what you need to do is place the boss between you and the ink. So we've just dropped all the ink over here. We'll pretend that this thing here that's dead is the boss. Is you've got to then be on this side of it, because then the adds spawn in out the ink and they're going to try and make their way towards you, and they can't get to you if the boss is in the way of it.
So does the boss kill the ads?
It's not that it kills the ads, it just sort of acts as a blocker.
Right, okay.
And then all you do is same, so you'll get knocked back just before this. It's a good idea just to literally put yourself against a solid pillar. You might get knocked round the side or something, but essentially don't have yourself anywhere out here that's going to land you over at them.
Yeah.
So it's always about keeping yourself, look, this is a good one here, I use that one, these wreaths, so when you get knocked back you just get locked into the corner.
Yeah, last time I got knocked behind one of them and then I got killed.
And then what you'll find that the tank should do is, again, kite it back a little bit. There'll be another knockback, and all you're doing is sort of spawning the ink to spawn the ads around this side. What you might find is you'll run out of space by the time you come into here, and you'll need to watch the tank, because what you might do, it's after the fourth one, you can quickly zip out round, place the boss over here, because then the ink is going to come from in that side, and again you're using the boss as a shield. Happy on that?
Yeah, mate, yeah.
And that's it. The next part is the gauntlet run, which you get the big ads and they do a big frontal snap. Now, the only safe place to stand is between the two pillars. So where you can see the pillars, that's the safe part, and it's literally a very narrow path, ever so slightly out. So if I place myself here, you'll see it whenever you turn back. It does a frontal and it stuns you. It also does a shit ton of damage, and by the time you actually can move again, it's going to trigger, so you're going to get caught more than once.
Yeah.
So place yourself between the pillars. Once it's went, quickly move through. Place yourself between the pillars, wait for it, quickly move through. Happy with that?
Yeah, so that's cool.
Right, top tip for you. Instead of using the elevator to get down, you can actually bubble on the way down so you don't smack off the ground and you don't take fall damage, so you can actually get down a bit quicker, meaning that you don't need to wait for the elevator to fucking portal you all the way down. Although I think the fall speed of this has actually been reduced. But yeah, Paladins can bubble on the way down. You do it just before you're about to hit the ground.
Oh,
That way it doesn't fucking wear off.
Yeah. Didn't realise how long that drop was.
Yeah. So the next set of ads has got a couple of different abilities. These big guys will try and pull you in. Whereabouts are you? Are you up the top again?
By the electric things.
Oh, right. If you'd have waited, I could have raised you.
Ah, right. Nearly there.
Do, 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 do.
Use the bubble this time.
Yeah. So these big guys that you can see here, they will try and pull you in. So they pull you in, which you've then got to move out of. The best way to do it is whenever they pull you in, is just press your mouse keys in and walk out in the direction that you were originally facing. You don't need to turn and use your steed or anything. Literally, they pull you in, press in your two mouse buttons, walk straight out. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you use the mouse keys, the left and right click, to actually walk. Which is actually the way I tend to walk around most of the dungeon, until I need to use my mouse, and then I'll mouse over stuff. The big guy that we just killed in the centre, that does a frontal cone that you need to just avoid periodically. So it will do a cone from one side of the room to the other. It goes in different directions. Depends on where he's been placed, will depend on where the cone comes from. Again, next one tries to pull you in. Same thing again, it pulls you in, and then you just run through to get out to the other side. More frontal cones from the big guy. These also need to be kicked. These are a high priority kick because they do a channel effect that need to be kicked. So as an example, if I do this, so that you can see they'll try to cast. And then you've got a double that will try and pull you in as well. Best thing to do is focus one down and then focus the second one down. Because otherwise you get pulled in, you run out, you get pulled in, you run out, you get pulled in, you run out. Whereas if you can manage to split them, it makes it a lot easier.
Do they do a lot of damage, don't they, on high keys?
It's more if you get stuck in the pull effect, they will one-shot you. We then get a whole pile of little ads. Now these here, you want to use some form of AoE stun on them. The only thing that we have is blinding light. It's not the best mechanic, it's not the best thing to use. I need to actually go ahead and track that.
Never used it.
Blinding light, I don't know if you've got it. Wait to just check.
Don't think it's in my...
Hang on, I want to have a look. CC AOE. ECC. Row 6. Paladin. Blinding light. And we put it onto 6. No, you don't have it.
No.
Which should make me wonder what you've taken instead.
Might be because I don't have my Mythic Plus loaded.
Yeah, potentially. So normally you'd either take Repentance or Blinding Light. So it's on the left hand side of your tree.
I have got it. It's in my Mythic.
So yeah, you can use Blinding Light. It's not a powerful AoE CC. It's pretty shit, to be honest, but it's better than nothing.
But it just gives you a bit of time.
Yeah. So the next boss, how much do you know about this one?
Spawns a totem, and you got to kill the totem.
Yep.
And then it does a line of sight. You got to get behind the pillar.
Yep.
And then that's pretty much it, isn't it? And then you just hack the hell out of it.
Pretty much. The only other thing to add in is that when that totem's active, the tank takes a shit ton of damage. The longer that totem takes to go down, the more damage the tank's going to take.
Right, okay. So
So-
that's why it's priority number 1.
Yeah, priority is to get rid of that totem.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty much straightforward.
Phase
Lost.
2 site.
So that's the line of sight part. There we go. Nice and easy.
Easy peasy.
It's then a gauntlet run to get all the way back to the other side. Now, the next part can be really tricky depending on what week it is, because there's sort of a lot going on at once.
Yeah.
These ads will respawn in, or certain ones respawn in, not all of them. And it's just a really trashy area to get through. There's 2 kicks, but there's also hunters. The hunters leap back and disengage, make them really hard to get rid of. So even though you've got casters, you would think that they're the priority. In actual fact, the hunters are the priority, because the casters can be controlled by kicking them and bringing them in. The hunters will disengage and move around the room. Ideally, you want to try and have the tank bait them, so that when they do disengage, they disengage into a wall. But also, they will leap onto other players, so you need everyone to be on the opposite side of the tank to bait them in that direction.
Right, okay.
Now, these little lads down the bottom, these are the ones that respawn in, so it becomes a rush to get through this. Now, depending on how confident the tank is, it will take everything at once, or it won't, because that big guy, as you see, spawns in little lads as well.
Yeah.
The other thing to those big ads, you can see those lads spawn behind you already. So, one of the things that's really important for you to do in this dungeon is use Cleanse Toxin, which gets rid of the debuff, which is a poison from, I think it's the hunters that does it. But yeah, so Cleanse Toxin's a really important one to have for this part of the dungeon. It also becomes very overwhelming, and you need to try and track to see, it's not just about cleansing yourself, but it's about looking at the group, who's got high stacks. So just now we've both got stacks on us, and I can cleanse that off for you, but it means that I've still got it. I can essentially take it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And as you can see, this just keeps respawning, so it's important you get through it. The other thing that's important with all of this is these big guys that we seen a second ago, they will do an AoE burst of damage. And this is again an area where you want to use blinding light and any AoE stuns in order to get rid of these guys. Happy with that?
Yeah.
It's just a whole pile of castles.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And then you've got these two big guys, same as before, focus one down, because if you don't get both of them down, they're both going to do an AoE burst, and the healer's going to get overwhelmed. You're going to run out of mitigations, and it's important to actually mitigate over the top of this. Happy with that?
So, yeah, so what sort of mitigation would you kind of use? Obviously, I've got my Shield of Vengeance.
That's your three main mitigations that I've just whispered you.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, is it bad enough to need the Divine Protection, or could you use the Shield?
You would sort of use a bit of all of it.
Bit of all of it. Oh, well.
Because you need to remember, you need it to come off cooldown. There's a total of 4 of those ads in the corridor. So you need to think about how many, what's the cooldown rate, when you're going to use them, how you're going to use them as you move through it.
Yeah.
The other thing you want to be thinking about is using your Blessing of Sacrifice in order to put on to another player.
Right, okay. Never actually used that, but I guess I will.
It's
Give it a go.
a highly recommended spell. Just realised mine's is missing off my action bar here. So just bear with me a second. I mean, can I wonder what those spells were for the last couple of weeks? Right, you've then got the opening phase to the main boss. Now you can see the main boss, he's a big fucking thing sticking his tongue out the wall over on the right hand side.
Oh yeah.
With his big fucking gnashers going for it. Essentially what you need to do is you need to kill this guy to then kill the boss.
Yeah.
There's three main mechanics that happens from the guy in the middle. First one is it spawns in ads. 2 ads that need to be kicked, and 2 ads that when you kill them drops ink on the floor. Happy with that bit?
Yeah. Yeah. And
Ideally, you want to group all the ads together so that then when 3 players, which is DPS and healer combo, will have a circle around them, and what they want to do is they want to sort of just be next to each other in a small triangle without overlapping the circle over top of each other to drop their ink in this same place of where the ad's ink is.
Right, okay.
Once it's been dropped, you want to move out the ink, never come into the same side that the tank's on, because there's a frontal cone that comes out on the tank, and then 3 players are targeted with a light beam, which is to then run around and cleanse the ink. So you need to quickly run around the room, clearing any ink that's on the ground, so that we can do the same thing over and over again. 3 people get marked up, drop ink, tank picks up ads, kick ads, ink drops in one area, 3 people get targeted to clean ink, rinse, repeat, avoid the frontal cone that goes on the tank. Once it's dead, you then get told to drink in, and you fucking grow to be really big, and you get a massive DPS boost, and you just fucking twat the boss. And it's just a very short encounter at the end. The main part is actually this guy. He is
Phase 2.
the thing that caused it to take the longest. And there you go, there's the drinking in.
My realm has at last been fled.
Nice and easy.
Yeah.
Happy with that?
Yeah, I think so.
So that's all there is to this dungeon. This is a really easy, short dungeon to sort of run. Some weeks it can be a bit harder to run than others.
Yeah.
It just sort of depends on the trash week and the boss week. Right. Any questions on that?
No, not really. It's going to be one of those where I've got to try and do it at a higher difficulty, and put it all into practice, really.
I mean, what we can do is we can see if we can find a group to run this key on to see how it runs. Let me find. So we've done a walkthrough, talk through. Let's now see if we can actually find a group. There's a 16 and a 14, 20. There's a 10. Don't think it's their birthday. We can go back outside. Why is the door not open?
As I'm not in an instant group.
Yeah, we're not in the right instance, so we'll get kicked out of here in a second, which is good. I'll put us to the outside of the instance, which is handy. Do 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 do.
Did you see that we had to go on heroic raid the other night?
No, I never noticed it.
Got quite far as well.
Right, so portal's outside, thank goodness. And then we can just make our way in. I'll be using drums.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
These specimens are very deadly.
So you see I'm taking a lot of damage just now.
Interrupt.
Yeah.
That was what I said, and I've not used bubble deliberately. So the main focus is the big guy who kicks on the sides.
Defensive.
Counter.
Help spirit.
Now this is where you can actually get rid of these spirits that have spawned in behind us by using cleanse on them. Why am I wearing that? Oop, I'm in the wrong gear, never mind.
Three,
So
two,
this is where you want to kind of spread yourself around.
Defensive.
There's that front, we'll see how it's hit 3 of yous.
Yeah.
Watch your step.
3,
That's then the puddle.
three,
And I'll move him so there's space for folk to get around them again.
Defensive.
And there again, there's another front, 3 folks hit. That's because everybody's kind of stacking up together. So you want to kind of look around you
three,
and find somewhere to stand. Remember, you need to be close enough to the boss so that you're going to actually do damage.
Yeah, it's the trouble with melee. You've got to be close.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. It's all about positioning, isn't it?
Yeah. You should always be constantly evaluating. Am I standing in the right place? Where am I standing? What's near me? What's around me? What can I see? What can't I see?
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Counter.
And then there's things needing dispelled at the back.
Defensive. Defensive.
3, 2, 1.
That rogue's got no idea what he's doing.
Countered. Countered.
The problem I have as well is I have to take my hand off my controls just to kick.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Are you not set up keybinds for it?
Well, you need to hover over the nameplate, don't you, to counter it?
Yeah. If you're using a mouse over macro, then yeah.
Yeah. Because otherwise targeting what you want is not quick and easy, is it?
Interrupt.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Countered.
I need that big guy. So it's the same thing. You loosely spread around them
3,
to avoid the frontal he's about to do.
1.
Defensive.
You can see you only hit the healer this time and the rogue.
Watch your step.
3, 2, 1.
And
Defensive.
again.
Oh, you got me there.
2, 1.
3, 2, 1.
Defensive.
Counter.
Nice kick.
Three.
Can you see these spirits that are coming in next to me just now?
Help spirit.
Yeah.
So that's where you want to use that on them. And then that gets rid of them.
Right.
So paladins are really a utility class this week for getting rid of those spirits. Get rid of them really quickly. Right.
Interrupt.
He actually used drums at the start of this. Oh
AoE.
man.
Target you.
So you can see I've been targeted. There's lightning bolt going out. This is just a heal phase, mitigation phase. Here's all the ads.
2.
Help spirit.
Counter.
There's a spirit up somewhere as well.
Interrupt.
Counter.
Shockwave.
Big guy's doing a frontal.
Interrupt. Interrupt. Shockwave.
And again another frontal. Now he's dead. Back to boss.
AoE.
Target you.
3.
So you can see one of the spirits starting to come in.
Interrupt.
Counter.
And if I cleanse it, it gets rid of it.
Interrupt.
Counter.
Shockwave.
And frontal.
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Countered. 3.
Interrupt.
2. 1.
Help spirit.
AoE.
Target
And
you.
there's their spirit in. And cleansed. Happy with that?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, I suppose, for what are we on? 10, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty easy, to be fair.
And then, like I say, this is the part where we stack in just to fucking keep the boss on us.
Defensive.
Stack.
There's the point we now stack. Get ready to move.
Watch your step.
Move left.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
You got to get knocked back, so find somewhere that you can get knocked
Knock
into
him
it safe. And then we place the boss between us and the ads.
Defensive.
Stack.
Again, stack in.
3, 2,
Watch your
And
step.
move back.
Ooh.
Nice and easy.
Yeah, that was not too bad.
And then it's
Easy
the
when you got-
gauntlet run. I don't know why he's gripping you to pull you. So a good way to get through that as well is to bubble as you use your steed. So you can get through the first one, bubble before you get to the second one, and then steed through to the end.
The bubble, it mitigates like all stun effects as well.
Yeah, it just drops all damage completely. Just trying to grip
Crowd
all these
control.
together. So there's CCs need to be done.
Pull.
We'll
Run.
get pulled in, run out.
Spirit.
Yeah.
Dodge.
Oh.
Crowd control.
There's the
Defensive.
frontal.
Yeah.
Pull.
Get
Run.
pulled in again, run out.
Dodge.
Defensive.
Divine him.
The thing that failed there was nobody done the spirit. It was needing help.
Yeah, I got nailed big time.
3,
So here's one of the spirits.
1.
If we wait a second though, it'll disappear on its own. So again, these little lads, you can CC them
Crowd control. Interrupt.
and it just stops them pulsating.
Interrupt. Crowd control.
Dodge.
Interrupt.
Dodge.
It's just watching out the beam.
Dodge.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Pull.
Run. Defensive.
That's the thing, you need to move out of quickly. Because that will one shot you, so
Run.
that's you have been pulled in, run straight out.
Defensive.
2.
Help
Pain in,
spirit.
pain in the ass, that spell, isn't it?
Actually, just about getting used to it. Now, bear in mind, these are the ones that you can AoE CCs, so this is where you'll be able to use your blinding
Crowd
light.
control.
When they start doing their cast effect. The other thing you can do is hammer.
Crowd control.
Yeah. Got that binded on my mouse now, got all three of them.
Try and push through this nice and quick.
Totem.
Attack
3,
totem.
2,
That
1.
opens it.
Oops, there.
Help spirit.
Dance.
Still running spirits up.
Keep
That's all right.
moving.
Now you need to move. Just avoid the ship. Totem's about to come up again. Line of sight.
Positive.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
That's us. And it's just this constant push through now with the mitigating and dealing with the damage phase as we move through it. So remember what we said, hunters are the important ones, even though there's 2 casters. You see if I can look for one side to the other. All this together.
3, 2,
3,
1.
2,
So this is what it's about to do,
AOE.
damage. So there's a big damage phase.
Yeah.
He's doing AoE, so this is when you mitigate. And there's fucking hunters bouncing all about the place.
3, 2, 1. AoE.
3, 2, 1.
3, AoE.
I'm getting into that AoE phase. So even though you might think you're not taking a lot of damage, the more you mitigate, the less the healer needs to deal with.
Yeah.
So mitigating is always a really good thing to do.
3,
Oh, somebody's fucking going ham.
Counter. 3, 2,
Help
1.
spirit.
Let's spit it back there, then done.
Three, 3, 2, 2, 1. AoE.
So there's the first AoE burst, so again, mitigate it.
AoE.
And there's a second one going on.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
And then we can push through to the back wall. Remember and use your own ability to cleanse yourself as well. So first drops coming in, so use what you kind of group together. Loosely spread around each other, don't stand on top of each other because otherwise you'll just fucking damage each other.
3,
And then you step out it
1.
and then start cleansing.
AOE incoming. Ads.
Here's the ads. I'll bring them round this side. That props ink on that area. So you will then drop roughly in the same place as where that ink is.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit. Defensive.
Yeah, shift to the next spot.
My realm has at last been
That's it.
Pretty straightforward and simple that time.
Yeah. This is one of the easier dungeons to run.
Okay, that's one down.
Right. Let's get out of here. So, one of the things that I did pick up that you need to work on is using your dispel. Either on you, on other people, or the ads, especially this week. Paladins are very sought after this week because they can deal with the affliction.
Yeah, one thing I struggle with is knowing when I've got a debuff. Obviously,
So
some like help with the debuffs. You know, something like an aura.
you don't need anything like that. You can go into your nameplates. Can you bring up your game a second on Discord just so that I can look?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you come out of the instance a second. So the first thing I would do is work on your UI. There's a couple of options you can do that make this a bit easier. Essentially, what you want to have is everything that you need to see, which includes you and your party, and anything that's important information, sort of around the centre of your screen.
Yeah.
It's all to do with the way your eyes work. Your peripheral vision won't see away to the far left of your monitor. There's a reason why esports gamers use 24-inch monitors, and it's not because they're cheap bastards, it's because the smaller the screen, the less that their eyes need to cast over to see all the information that they need, and less movement needed to move around the screen. Whereas bigger monitor, it might look nice, it might look fancy, and you get a big nice fucking 4K resolution picture, but it's actually a really inefficient way of gaming.
But you miss things, don't you?
Yeah, you miss a lot. So one of the things that I think that we should do before looking at any more keys is make an adjustment to your player frames, where your party frame is, sorry. So if you look over at my stream just now, you'll see where mine's is, and I'll be able to talk you through where everything sits. So you'll be able to see it on Twitch or on YouTube, whichever you're watching.
YouTube.
So as you can see, I've got my party frames, just party frames on the left hand side. So everything for me, hang on, I'm stuffing my face at the same time here, mate. I'm eating sweets. Everything for me is around this working area. So this is my working area, my target zone. Where you can see my cursor just going around and around just now.
Yeah.
And what this does is, I'm not interested in what's up here on my screen, what's over here on my screen, or in these corners, because that is dead space. The only part I'm interested in is no higher than that area, no further out than there, no further down in here, and same on this side. So all I need is in this sort of zone. Happy with that?
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense.
And that means that all important information is readable by me. So I can see my health without having to try and work out which one's my health from the party. I've got Hakili obviously in the middle, and I've got my target's health. I would also have timelines on my right hand side, which is a weak order. Which is that one. I just better lock my sound. Fuck me. So that there is essentially my working zone. Everything in here.
Yeah.
Now, because you're using the Blizzard default UI, what you can do is you can change yours, instead of it showing up as little profile pictures and people, is you can change it so if you give me a second because I want to go full screen on this a second. try to bring it up so that I can stream your screen at the same time here. That way, if you're looking back at this as a point of reference, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Did you play with your mouse then, do you?
Yes, so I've got an MMO mouse, so I've got 12 buttons on the side of my mouse, and I've also got a modifier key on my mouse as well. In fact, if you give me a second, I'll bring up my mouse. I mean, there's loads of different variations of MMO mouses. So my one is this one here, which you'll be able to see in a second. It's quite an old mouse. Look, I mean, it was supported Windows Vista, so that kind of gives you a bit of an idea how old it is.
Yeah. Which one? The Logitech G600?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what it has is, I wonder if it's got more images further down on it. Probably not. So it has 12 buttons on the side, and if you look, these are sort of angled to face each other, so the front 6 all angle in on each other, and the back 6 angle in on each other as well, which means that your thumb sort of naturally sits in that recess area, meaning you just sort of rock your thumb around to be able to cast. And then on this side, that bit on the far right, which isn't a very good picture of it, in fact, here we go, this is maybe a better image. Yeah, that there is a modifier key, so it's known as the G shift, and for me that is my alt key. So I've got 12 buttons, which is 1 through equals on my thumb pad on the side of the mouse, and then I've got that modifier key which doubles all those buttons up. So instead of just having 12 buttons, I've got 24 buttons, which when you think about in terms of the number of abilities I've got on my screen, that all sort of coincides with how much casting I would be doing. So I've got 1 through equals as my primary buttons, and I've got alt 1 equals as my CDs, external cooldowns, all that sort of stuff, and then above that is a shift modifier. So I'm able to double everything off my mouse, and I use my mouse for walking and running, turning. It's a combination of everything. It's not just a one thing. Hang on, I'm just trying to bring back the game. So look, when I look left and right, that is me holding in my right mouse key, not the modifier key, but just the right click button, and that allows you to sort of pan around the room, and that turns the character as well on the spot.
Yeah, and then you click both buttons to run around.
Yeah, so I will walk around, but if I'm approaching so between trash packs, this is how I would move. So that leaves my left hand completely free, and then I would swap to, whenever I'm close to something, by taking my right hand off the keys, to mouse over, and that allows me to quickly swipe over the targets, because then if there's a caster in it, it will then mark it up. So when I get close to something, quickly mouse over it, happy where I'm going, put myself into position, and then start DPSing. And at this point, I'm back now to using the mouse, which has got the modifiers and everything on it, and just work my way through the priority list.
Yeah, so you can play one-handed basically.
Yeah, so at this point, look, if you're looking, you'll see my left hand's not even on the keys. And then if there's a mechanic that I need to move out of, I would just simply run through it, turn myself, come back in, reposition, and back into place. All of which has all been controlled by... My casting is done with my thumb, and my movement is done by holding in on the mouse. The only time I would switch over is I would then move to the QE for strafing and WSD just to fine tune movement sometimes. So I want to maybe get tight to a wall, then I would switch to my keyboard very quickly, but then I go back and then I'm using my mouse to mouse over things in order to stun them, blinding light, I can then kick. So everything's able to be done all within casting range. So everything's in that centre part. So yeah, mouse actions are far better. Let me just exit that.
I always wondered how your play was so fluent, like, you know, with kicking everything, and
it's all to do with target selection. So it's constantly watching what's going on, but also a hybrid of using my mouse for the most part. My keyboard is only there for a couple odds and ends, and it's sort of fine tuning of placement. Some people will tell you that you should get rid of backwards or turning left and right, and you should just have the straight keys. I kind of disagree on this one, because there's certain mechanics you need to do, like a tight circle running around something. So you can use, so what I'm pressing right now is A, W and E on my keyboard, and it's giving me a nice tight circle to sort of run around a target area. I can do the same going the other way as well. So it means I can sort of run around something very easily. As you can see, I'm going around that mage. Whereas if I was using just a strafing motion, then you can't really do the same thing. Other people tell you don't need backwards as a key. I would agree for DPS you don't need backwards. Tanks, on the other hand, do need to use back, because you always want to present yourself onto the target. You should never turn away from a target, because then they can get crit hits on you.
yeah.
Look, coming back to your thing, so I need to bring up your... I need this up, and I need... Where's Discord? I need that screen. There's nothing that's got to be visible on that, I don't think. Let's add a display capture. Add... Yeah. Oh, you got a lot of mail.
Yeah, my auction stuff coming back.
Right, so I'm now currently broadcasting yours. So what you'll see is, I'm using my cursor on your screen, is your nameplate just now for me is a way off to the side, which is very inefficient. So that means that your party is going to be down that left side, and it's way out of your view, so you can't see if somebody's needing dispelled. Also, it won't track it because of the type of frame. So the first thing you want to do is see that little expansion menu that's just on the left side. If you click on that,
That one?
yep, and go to the edit.
Yeah.
And what we want is the sort of party frame. So if you click on party frame, which is just below your mouse, it's just here.
That one there. Yeah.
And now you should be able to click on the party frame itself, which is over on the left.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you want to bring... Yeah, so somewhere in that sort of general direction, maybe just slightly out and up a little bit, so that it's in view, but it's not right in the middle of your screen, and it's high enough that if there's any trash or anything around your feet, like that area around the bottom where you can see my cursor sort of going backwards and forwards. So anywhere in this sort of area that you can see my cursor just now is ideal.
Yeah, so just above the player level, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Sounds pretty good there.
The next thing we want to do is see on the side of this it says use raid style party frame. We want to tick that.
Yeah.
Now, what this has done is put them into health bars instead of frames. Now, probably what you want to do is make them a bit bigger as well. So you want to increase the width and the height of them so that it's easier to see them. So if you think back to mine's are quite chunky. It makes them a lot easier to be able to pick them out. Happy with that?
Yeah, that'll do.
So that takes care of that one. And then you can just save that. And then you can just close that top right HUD editor. So what that's done is that's giving you your player frames. Now something that we can do with this, which is something that I covered with Storm a couple of weeks ago. So if you go back and look at YouTube, you'll find me talking about setting up Mythic dungeon tools in order to track cooldowns and stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that on this stream. It looked pretty good. They have all stuff on the left-hand side.
Yeah, so there is a YouTube video of me talking about that. So there's, I assume you can watch back on. Right, the next thing we want to do is you want to go into escape menu and go to options. In the search bar at the top, type the word dispel. And see how it says display only dispellable debuffs.
Yeah.
Click that.
Okay. Yeah.
And done. So what will happen now is when a player gets a debuff on them, that bar will come up with a different colour. Meaning that you'll know who you can dispel and also if it's something you can dispel. So your dispel, it looks if you've got that on equals, is it?
What's that?
Yeah, that's your dispel.
Yeah, that's my mouse button, yeah.
So what you want to do is you want to set that up preferably as a mouse over target, which I think you have because you've customized it. And then that allows you to dispel over the top of the target.
So I can just go over to that and then click the button and then it'll work then, yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
And that's it.
Cool. Yeah, that's it. And okay.
Happy with that?
Yeah, happy with that. Brilliant.
So what that now means is you're able to see very easily what is your party for dispelling, and you can see their health. The other thing this is good for is then things like using your utilities, which is laying hands, blessing of freedom, blessing of sacrifice, blessing of spell warden if you're talented for it. I don't think you can though, I think that's only tanks.
No, I haven't.
Also things like flash heal. So you've got an ability called flash heal, which again I would put that as a mouse over macro, because you can use that to quickly flash heal players. The other one, which is directly above it, is your ability to do a combat res, which means again that if you need to, so not the resurrection, the one to the left of that one there, that brings back somebody that's dead during combat. So you'll hear like people shouting for to use CR, which is combat res, or BR, battle res. Those two spells you want to have as mouse over macros. Again, it's efficiency things, because they can be cast on other players. Essentially anything that you can cast on someone else, you want to have it as a mouse over macro where possible.
So when we go into a raid, will that be all the raid members in this party group there?
No.
Separate.
It's separate. So if you go back into your edit mode again, which is that left hand expanding menu, going to edit, and you can see you can turn that one off a second and turn on the raid one. So that's your raid one. Now my raid frame sits where you've currently got details sitting. And again, mine's a bit bigger as well. It's up to you where you want your raid frames. It's during a raid, you as a DPS player and as a rep Paladin, there's not really very much that you would be expected to do. Yes, you need to glance over occasionally. If you can put blessing of freedom, sacrifice, protection onto somebody, then by all means you do it. But your main ability isn't to be tracking the raid, it's to be tracking yourself, which is why your player frame and the boss's player frame is optimally put where they are just now.
What is this buffs and debuffs?
So that's your buffs and debuffs up at the top right hand next to your minimap. So if you tick it, you'll see it'll come up with an edit box. I don't know why it's not coming up here.
Not seeing anything.
No. It should be the stuff up at the top right. So that is your buffs bar and your debuffs bar up there, yeah.
Doesn't seem to be doing anything.
No.
Oh well, never mind. I'll keep the raid thing there because, like you said, if I'm busy smashing summer, I don't really need to worry so much, do I?
It is a good idea though to get into the habit of tracking the raid, especially whenever you've got such powerful utilities like laying hands, blessing of protection, blessing of sacrifice. Like those are like really clutch abilities. So that's for a 10-man raid group. So you can change the raid size. So see where your raid frame is just now on the left. Yeah, and then the edit box is just above it. So if you come up, bring your cursor up and right a bit, that one. So up at the top line, it says size of raid. Yeah. So that's for a 10-man raid group. And then you've got a 25, which is what we kind of fall under because we flex between 10 and 25. So you can make these a little bit bigger as well if you wanted. Like increase the height of them to make them a little bit easier to track the health bars, so if you needed to mouse over something you can do.
Yeah, that seems to be big enough. Fits in there, doesn't it, nicely? Okay. I made some weak auras, so I don't know if you'd agree on having them. But I find that they do help me a little bit, and it's to do with the cooldowns. If you don't mind me just showing you quickly.
Yeah, go for it.
I made some progress bars for like Avenging Wrath, Shield. So in my peripheral, I can see when they come off cooldown.
So what I would say is you can actually just use method raid tools for this. So so the part I was talking about tracking cooldowns.
Yeah.
Now during raid, it doesn't really work quite the same. Although you can do it during raid. But the way that if we go back to my screen a second.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Right. What we got here then? Method raid tool. MRT. I think I've got that.
Yeah, it's method raid tools. We all have it.
Yeah. MRT. Yeah, there it is. I don't know, it helps me keep my cooldowns constant. I've seen an improvement on the logs.
Mm-hmm.
So if I could have that somewhere, that'd be great.
So essentially what you can do is set up what groups you want things in. So again, let's say if you go back and watch the video that I done with Storm a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
What you can see is I've got different abilities set to different areas, different columns. So these are raid abilities. Some are on button are tracked on 3, some are on 4. The things that are on 4 are external cooldowns, the things on 3 is personal cooldowns. You've then got like so your damage spells, which again are all on 3. Tanks, debuff, mitigation is on 3 as well. So depending on what they're used for, depends on where I put them.
Yeah.
CCs. So this is how I'm able to track so much of what's going on with everyone at once. And the way it builds up is it has all my major CDs on the left growing out from the frame.
Yeah.
I've then got AoE CCs growing up top left, utilities growing top right, single target kicks growing down bottom left, single target CCs growing down bottom right. On the frame itself, I have along the top line is defensives. At the top left on the actual frame, it's just little icons. Top right on the frame is externals, so that's how I know that you can use certain abilities to help yourself or other people. And then I track the spells down the bottom. Again, it's how I know that you have Cleanse Toxin, for example.
Oh, so this controls everybody's cooldowns.
Yeah, you can track everyone's at once.
Oh, right, I was wondering how you knew. Someone's got some.
Yeah. And what it allows you to then do is work out. So a good way to find out if the tank's going to do a big pull, he'll look at when everyone's cooldowns are available.
Yeah.
And fucking go ham at it. Like, a tank's not going to go big and bold if the healers get no major CDs and none of the DPSs get major CDs and he's the only one that has.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a pointless move because otherwise you're going to be stuck in combat and you're also potentially going to wipe. So you want to try and do it around the most efficient method.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll have a look at your video sometime then.
Is there anything else that you're unsure of that you want me to kind of go over just now? I know we've only done one dungeon, but I don't want to overwhelm you with dungeons and mechanics.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Like I say, it's just anything that might, well, you can see my play and, what I need to work on and anything that can help indicate when I've got to do those things, then, just stuff like that, basically. I mean, my gameplay with the character is not so bad. It's improving.
Yeah.
It's just like you said. I've got to do mythics now. I've got to do high keys. So I've got to be in the zone and ready for what it throws at me. At the top of my head, I can't think of anything right now. You just got to get out there and do them.
Yeah, I mean, most of your gear is sort of high-end champion, mid-range hero gear anyway. So, I mean, the keys that you should be sort of focusing on is at least 16s and above.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's no point in doing a 16 because the end of vault reward in the dungeon and the crest isn't really worth it. A 17 and an 18 give end the dungeon and crest are the same, but the vault is a hero and a myth track, so you're as well doing minimums of 18s.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find the specific part on Discord. So the what's your so the thing that's really holding you back right now is your mythic rating. So you're going to struggle to get into groups because you've got a mythic rating of 17,027 the last time that Rio was updated.
Yeah.
Now the way that we improve that, if I bring this back up a minute, just bear with me. So I was talking about this earlier about you target specific dungeons to build your rating up. It's exactly what I'm doing right now. I've been running 18s in different keys this week. So what is this week? Is this tyrannical? Fortitude.
Fortified.
So you can see here straight away you've not done Waycrest Manor on this current week. Now bear in mind this week flips backwards and forwards. So that's a chunk of points in there that you could easily pick up. And same with Dark Heart Thicket. Again, you've not done it. So that's 2 dungeons that you really want to target this week. I would also say go and do Rise, because you've done that on a 7. And a Tool de Zarky's done it on a 9. So you want to bring all of these up over. Now, bear in mind, you're not going to find pug groups that will take you with your current rating, because they'll look at you and go, it's sub 2000 at least, which means that they're probably not going to take you into even 17s. And DPS are 10 to the penny. You can pick up DPS all day long.
Yeah.
So you've got 2 choices. You either try and find specific keys to target those dungeons, which I would recommend you do.
Okay. I'll do that.
Or you start using your own key. And
I haven't got a key.
everyone's got a key. Everyone picks up a key.
Did I get one or not?
Yes, you have. You've got Everbloom on a 16.
It's got hidden in there, that's why. There it is, yeah.
So-
60. Okay.
Essentially what you want to do is every week now, I was showing this earlier on my character, so if, again I bring up my stream you'll be able to see. So this week I've done mostly 18s on everything. I've got 2 left to do, which is a Tool de Zar and Blackrock Hold. They're the only 2 I've not done on an 18, and that's what I'm going to use to bring my score up. Next week I'm going to target Fall, Rise, because it's a completed, not a timed 18, and Blackrock. By the time I've done all of this, that should give me close to 2,500 rating. 2,500 is Keystone Hero, which is the achievement that you get every season. You also get some fucking Gazette things that look nice. But yeah, for you, getting to 2,000 will get you a free tier item. So it's on the hero track.
Cool.
So that means that you could potentially swap out your chest or your gloves, which would actually be the better one to get rid of.
Yeah, the gloves are a pain.
So once you get to a mythic rating of 2,000, you'll be able to swap those gloves out. So 2,000 rating, nice and easy to get to, and you'll be able to then get a new tier item.
Yeah, because I got the same gloves as you at the moment.
No, mine's isn't veteran. Mine's a champion.
Is it? Oh, champion.
But yeah,
right, that Raider.io, is it? Is that what you was just on?
yeah. So the website is called Raider.io, but you've also got the in-game part. So whenever you open up your dungeons, you'll be able to see it on the right-hand side. I know for a fact you're running Raider.io because when I mouse over you, it tells me your Raider score. So I can see, for example, that you've got 1727. The best run you've done is a timed 17 on Falls, and you've ran 3 keys that are 15 and above. So essentially what you want to be doing is those 2 keys that you've not done is try and get yourself into at least a 15, because that'll bring up the number of 15s and above you've done. Now what people don't know is if that's 17s that you're doing, so it says your best one's a 17, so it could theoretically be you've done everything at 17, but you want to try and get those 2 on a 15 in order to get the rating, and that'll get you a little bit closer to the 2000 Rio score. It won't get you exactly there because next week you've got Rise, which was only a 5, you've got an 11 in there and a couple of 12s and a 10, so you need to sort of bring everything up to, I think to get 2000 it's mostly 15s across the board. But once you've
I
kind of
see.
got...
You've got 2 different scores, haven't you, for fortified and tyrannical?
Yeah, so the way it works is you get
Yeah.
100% of the value for the highest one over the 2 weeks. So if we take your fall, for example, then you the base score that you got from that was 149.7. And then you get 33.3 returning on the one that was the lower of that week, which means that you got 52.8 from that one. So the score that you got from this one was 224.6, and then the rating you got from that one was 52.8, and that's because that one's a higher one and that one is a lower, so you get the full points for that, and you only get a third from that one. Whereas you can see these here, again, they're both 15s, but that one's got 2 upgrades on it, whereas that's only got 1. So again, you get more points off of that one than you do that one. And it's, I mean, essentially everything on yours is, this week's been your better weeks. You've done higher keys over these weeks, but you've been missing certain dungeons, and that's what's crippling your score by not going back and fixing the low scores or the no scores.
Okay.
Because as much as it's not a nice thing, people will look at your mythic rating and say, "Oh, I'm not going to take him." Now, as an example here, within the guild, people that are rating is between 1440 and 2000, which is what yours is, and their eye level is between 460 and 473, then we would place them in the 11 to 15 bracket. Now, your gear sort of fits into that, if I remember right.
Yeah. 471 at the moment.
Yeah, but you're on the higher end of that bracket, so you should be due to move out it, but your rating doesn't reflect it. So that's what I'm saying, you want to be running 15s, because your gear's at the top end, but you're not necessarily going to get into groups because of your rating, because folk will take a look at your rating and go, they don't know what they're doing, they've got no experience, they don't know the routes, they don't know the dungeons, I'm not taking them.
Yeah, well, they're not wrong at the moment.
But the other side of that is there's other people that is the same as yourself who probably don't know the dungeons, don't know the routes, but they've never actually learnt them either. But what they have managed to do is get dragged through the higher dungeons and carried through them. But they've been very clever in what they've done. They've looked at the Rio in game and went, right, what key do I need to do next? Oh, I need to do AD, I need to do Brackenhide, or Blackrock, sorry. So the add-on that I use for that is, so I go into dungeons, I find a group. I'm only interested in groups that are over 2000, because I don't want to be taking people that don't have any experience. And I only want to look for AD and Blackrock. So this add-on is called Pre-Made Group Filter, and then I can search and go, well, there's the ones I'm looking for that fall within the parameter I want. The other thing that you can do is you can go, okay, well, I only want to do 15, 16, 17. So you bracket between 3 levels. So a 15, 16 and 17 means that the middle value is a 16. So you type in a 16 up here and then search. And there you can see there's a 17 Blackrock. So that would be potentially one that you're going to do. For yours it's different dungeons, but it's the same principle.
Yeah.
So it's always about being clever on what keys that you want to do. So I don't want to be doing anything lower than an 18. So I could search for 19s. That's going to show me 18, 19s and 20s on those dungeons, which is sort of where I'm at just now.
That screen that you're on with my mythics.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Where do you go on the website to find that?
So whenever you come onto the website, all you do is search your own name. and then it'll come up with all the different things that you've done. Or, like I says, you can get it from this panel in game, saving you having to go external. And then this is the add-on pre-made group filter, which allows you to filter out the groups that you're wanting to do.
Ah, right, okay. Cool. Right, okay. I got something to do then.
Cool. Right. I will leave you to it, because I don't want to overwhelm you with information and then you have a complete meltdown.
No, I'm alright. But yeah, thank you very much for your help.
Yeah, no worries. If you want to fill out one of the coaching feedback forms so that we can keep track of who's done what with you.
Okay, mate. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you very much.
And what we'll do is we'll try and do these sort of regularly and go over different routes. We'll talk them through like we did by going through a low level, and then we'll pick a low key just to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
There's no point in doing high keys whenever you're still trying to learn the route, because otherwise all that happens is you become overwhelmed by the mechanics that's going on, the damage that's coming out. You're trying to keep your damage up, you're trying to make sure that you're going the right places, whereas if you take a lower key, you kind of breeze through it, you get a little bit of feel for it, you get an idea of what was happening, and you've managed to at least learn something.
Yeah, no, it's better that way. Yeah, otherwise I'll just get anxiety or something. I never wanted to.
Not doing this anymore.
Yeah, can't be doing it. It's too hard. No, yeah, sounds like a good plan, mate. Good plan.
Yes. Right.
What I was going to say, I do have one question for you.
Yeah.
About the embellishment items.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, we're on a deadline for our embellishments.
Yep.
Looking on the website, one of my embellishments I've actually posted up, but I just wanted you to have a look to make sure that I've done it right.
So, I won't be able to see what your embellished item is, because if I don't have the ability to make it.
Fire laggards of preparation.
So essentially, let me go to the...
Well, it says two. It says the Frostfire is for Mythic Plus.
Yep.
And then it says number 2 is an armor patch. So does that mean you just...
So the armor patch is the patch that is required for it. So what was it, a frost?
Well, was I meant to put it on those legs?
Yes.
Or is it on...
Yes.
To be on... Oh, shit, I didn't put it on the crafting order.
What's it
I thought
called?
it was a separate item.
Frostfire legs.
Yeah, hang on. Whatever. This is... Biz... Just go down. Yeah. Yeah, embellished items. So number 1, Frostfire laggards of preparation. And then it says 4 Mythic Plus.
So
and then underneath, 2 Shadow Flame tempered armored patch. So it says
hang on.
You only wear 2 pieces of gear with embellishments at a time. But it says for the armor patch, just says you put it on any low item level slot, whatever that means. So you just create.
I need to bring it up. So this is the theoretical best in slot part that I'm on just now. Yeah. And it's talking about having a crafted cloak and a crafted pair of wrists.
Yeah, I've got those.
And if we come further down, we'll come to the embellished section. So for Mythic Plus, it's the leg guards, and what it's talking about here is to put the armor patch on a other crafted bit of gear, which would
yeah. So it's a second item basically.
Sort of. So you can see here, for example, they've got the so any low item plate slot uses on it. So what this is talking about is, as an example, if I can back up, that they are. Nope. Actually, has that got the? Wait, I just check this.
The only thing is, I'm only using a spark on this item. I haven't got a crest to upgrade it higher.
Right, so if you look at my stream just now, you'll be able to see. So this here is the wrist guard, and
Your screen is just showing you with your Mythic dungeon thing open.
it shouldn't be. Is it paused?
No, just no. Weird.
It should be down at the craft order vendor.
Hang on, I'll shut it down and reopen it. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, there you are. You're on Twitch now.
Cool. So this here is the wrist guard that I was talking about. Happy with that?
Yeah, I've got those. Yeah.
So you use a spark, obviously, in order to craft it, and then you've got these optional reagents. Now, the first optional reagent is the enchanted crest.
Yeah.
The next
Sorry, I
part
haven't got it
is
yet.
the stats that you want on it. So for me, mine would be haste mastery. I think yours is verse and something. So you need to go back and look at what would your stat priorities be. Haste verse, if we that build, and with that build it's verse crit, so it depends on what build you're using.
Yeah. See, I haven't got that on my wrists because I crafted them quite early on.
So you can do a recraft and you can then pick what you want on it. So you should always pick yourself what stats goes on it, otherwise you could end up with something you don't want. And then the next part is the part that's the embellishment, which allows you to add in the Shadow Flame tempered armor patch.
Yeah.
So that would allow you to then add the embellished part in it. Now, the thing that's really important to remember is you can only wear 2 embellished items. So you can see here, for example, I've got the molten ones that's here done for me. And
So you put your embellishment on the wrists.
yeah, I put my embellishment on the wrists, and the reason for that is because even though I've got crafted feet, I've not put an embellishment on that because the legs I'm going to get, I can't pick to put an embellishment on it. It comes with the embellishment already on it. So see how you read the along the top it says unique equip, embellished, and then in brackets 2, meaning that you can only have 2 embellished items. So even though I've got crafted feet, I chose not to put the embellishment on them. What I did put on it is the alchemist flavor pocket, which means that
Right, I see
my
what you're saying,
well-fed proceeds through death. So you can only have 2 embellished items, but you can have as many crafted items as you want. But it's all to do with the power. So you can see here, there's nothing to add that power on this. There's only the ability to add
So
in.
what would be best? Well,
Farewell.
to put a second in. Well, saying that, like you said, you can only have 2, can't you?
Yeah.
So my legs will already be embellished.
Yeah, so they're going to come out as being embellished anyway. But you can see here that your wrists, for example, they're not embellished. So that's just been crafted, and they've got crit haste on it, which, off the top of my head, those stats aren't what you're looking for. So you need to, you're probably going to have to recraft them and change the stats on them, and potentially put your embellished item on that as well.
Yeah.
The other thing you can use is like so the other website that we can look at is the new version that's similar to U.GG and see what is being used by other players. So this is Rep Paladin, and we're going to gear.
Archon, is it?
Archon.
Archon, yeah.
So as we come down, we can start seeing the most not so much the most common item is the legendary item, but that's because it's really hard to get a hold of. But that would be the better weapon for you to have. If you can't get it, then obviously you move down the list. Trinkets, I know you've got that one. I know you've got that ring. Then you've got your necks. So one of the items that's crafted is the cloak. Now I think you've got the cloak. So again,
Got that one, yeah.
this is where you could have put that as an embellishment as well. So you could have had your cloak and your wrists both embellished, but what it would mean is that you couldn't wear the legs at the same time as them. The way it is sitting just now is what you could do is simply do a recraft on the cloak, for example, if it's going to be used in both. So you can see it's used as popular.
To be honest,
in,
it'd probably be easier if I had the wrists and the back, because the legs are a part of my T-set, so if I swap them out, I lose.
but you only need 4 out of 5 on your tier. So you've got a head, you've got shoulders, you've got a chest. So you want to look at probably getting. So again, you go back to Archon. You can see here the thing that Rep Paladins drop is legs. The tier that they take is the other 4, which is the same as Prop Paladins. Prop Paladins, Rep Paladins are the same in this one, and it's because the stat weights on the legs isn't as good as potentially something else. So if we come down, you can see tier legs is the most common thing, but then we move into other things as well. And again, at some point you'll start seeing. So what's this? This raid or is this keys? This is Mythic Plus. So you'll find that depending on what you're doing will depend again on the gear that you're going to use. So again, you can see there's a belt, for example. It's a player crafted item, and it's because you can pick the stats that you want on each of these things. Happy with that?
Yeah.
You listening to dual audio?
A bit of a correction.
But yeah, so you've got to sort of think about what would be the better thing to run.
The bot again.
Oh, I think it's just a bad connection. But yeah, you've got to kind of balance out what gear you use in what circumstances. Now, bearing in mind, you should always go back and re-sim everything. The default answer, and if you even go and look at the likes of Wowhead or any site when it talks about gear, it will always direct you back to sim. So it will always tell you that. Oh, he's moved out the channel. I'll wait until he fucking reconnects because he'll need to jump into the channel. I think Discord's having a meltdown. What I'm essentially saying is that you should always sim your gear to find what's going to work better for you, because there isn't a clean cut answer of you take this and you take that and this is what I want and that's what I need.
Sorry, mate. To reboot Discord.
No, there's one. So what I was getting at is that you'll get this constant thing, and this is my biggest bugbearer with people right now, is them turning around going, oh, that's my best in slot. No, it's a theorised best in slot. Somebody has theoretically said somewhere that all these items put together are your best items to have. But you can even see here on Wowhead itself, it talks about the fact that you should still sim it. Simming your character is also to be your best resource to figuring out your upgrades. So it's even telling you, is that a disclaimer almost, that we're telling you this is your best in slot, theoretically your best in slot, but depending on situation, depending on which week it is, depending on what key it is, depending on your stats, depending on so many variables, they're not always your best in slot. And
can you, in the sim, can you enter a specific item into the build list?
Yeah, so I mean, you can see here, here's a guide that you get, and again, there's a useful link on Discord. This tells you how to do different sims. But if I go to Droptimizer, for example, if I quickly bring up my own sim, so I do sim C.
Just in case you wanted to, check if another item, or, if you didn't have it in your inventory or whatever.
So the better way to do it would be to actually just sim the dungeons themselves. So, for example, I'm running 18s right now. I'm upgrading most of my gear up to sort of 470. And I can sim, let's go for a Tildazar, for example. So what I've done here is I've imported my SimC data. I've told it I want to look at Mythic Dungeons. I want to look at a Tildazar. I want to do 18s, because that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be doing an 18 a Tildazar. And I want to include off-spec items, because there might be a trinket that is a DPS trinket that would be better for me to get. And I want to include catalyst items, because I've got one catalyst charge that I can use as well.
Yeah.
My upgrade is I'm going to take it to 470, because my current eye level is sort of in around wrong key, is 473. So my average eye level is 470. I could actually go to 473, because that would be sort of where I'm at. So if I'm looking at what's going to match my current eye level, so it means it is going to be roughly the same amount of gear, then when I run that sim, which you can by middle clicking on the, sorry if you can't see it because it's off the edge of the screen, but when it says run sim, you middle click with your scroll wheel, it'll open it as a new tab and it starts running the sim for you, which means then that you can come back in here and go, well, actually I want to fucking try doing this and that and changing this, and I'll go for that dungeon. It means it keeps all the same settings. These are all set to patchwork just now, so that would be if I was running it as a raid build. Wrong start. So, but what you can do is you can turn around and say, well, I want to do a dungeon slice, so where it's got the different sim types. You can say, well, I want to run it as a dungeon. I don't want any buffs because I don't know what I'm going to get from the group, but I'll run AD 18, off-spec items, catalyst 473 and dungeon slice. So this thing will look at what would be an upgrade as single target stuff, and then this one will be my mythic build. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so this is, it's just, well, you're filtering through all the dungeons, find out what it's dropping.
Yeah, and then I can, so from this I can then decide
crafted gear and stuff like that.
Yeah, same thing. So we come back and we go to profession epic quality, and we go for whatever level it is you want to be crafting. There's a bit of feedback coming through your mic, by the way. It's the sounds picking back up.
It's because I've muted your Discord because it's robot.
It must be Discord of that a hairy foot again. So yeah, you go into the profession part and you can select what level you want. I can't be bothered restarting it. I didn't fucking stop telling me to restart it. Hang on.
It doesn't matter, mate. I can have a look at this myself, I think.
And then you can decide, do you want to run different stats on it? And again, you can like go, well, I want to take crit haste, and if you're going to add a socket, you can put that in, include off-spec items because there might be something that's better to run. You might want to include off-spec because it'll take out the trinkets you don't need, but there might be a DPS trinket that's good.
Yeah.
And you do the same thing. So what's going to be the highest thing for me to get is a crafted item, and then I would run that. What I probably should have done was went haste mastery, because haste mastery would be what I would select. Let me just fuck that one off. So I've now got items for running keys. So in terms of a tool desire, there is a back piece that'd be good for me if I was to use the catalyst on it. I'm never going to do that though, because it's not worth the use. And there is a trinket which would be good for me, which is a single target trinket, which actually I know is one of the more powerful trinkets. And then this will finish in a minute. This will show all the player crafted items for the same sort of principle. Just need to wait at 7.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, what this will show you is what crafted item I'd be better to go for. Now, it won't necessarily show me the embellishment on it, but it will show me the crafted item to go for. And now you can see the one thing that comes out on top for me is the legs. And that actually corresponds to what I was saying earlier, that my next crafted item would be legs, and it's why I didn't take an embellishment on it, because it matches up to what I was planning.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm on the right track then, basically.
I mean, this one's for me. This was my one. But yeah, whenever you submit, you'll get the idea.
Okay. Cool, I'll give it a go. Have a look.
Does that help you?
Yeah, a lot.
Cool. Like I said, you should always come back. So there's plenty of resources out there. You can go and look at Wowhead to see what other players are using. So you can use the whole theoretical thing. You can go and use Archon or U.GG to see what people are actually wearing. And then you can go and sim yourself to find out what would be better for you.
Yeah, see what it outputs.
Yep, pretty much. Cool. I'll leave you at that.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't want to go too much into stuff, because the last thing we want is for you to have a complete brain fart in 2 days' time and go, I forget it all.
No, I know, yeah. I need to get some crests as well.
Start running keys, mate. It's like the only thing that you can do.
Yeah, gonna have to. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to jump up and I'll let you jump down to where everyone else is.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
No worries, I'll catch you in a bit. Right, apologies for the feedback and sound. I think Discord's having its own little nervous breakdown. I also want to mute that from here so that next time I'm using Discord, you don't hear me talking about everything. But yeah, that sort of reinforced what I was talking about. I need to look at simming trousers. Trousers is my biggest upgrade for doing keys. I already knew that anyway. Somebody's asked me about what is let me have a look. Events. The somebody looking for a guild. It's a healer and it's a priest. Right, what were you guys saying on the sidelines a minute ago? It's in here. Oh yeah, it was Discord crashing. Yeah, I already knew that. Right. Are they going to reply back? I don't think they are. I think they're a little bit occupied. Why is it doing that? I don't want to do that. They are... Oh, they're in Blackrock. They're not currently in a guild. I don't want to chuck them an invite because if I do, it's going to end up I was just showing you the thing there. There's a couple of things I was going to speak to you about, but there's nothing important. Nothing that needs to be done right now. Yeah, I'll catch up with you in the new year about it. Right, let me have a look. I need to do 2 keys. I need to do AD and BRH. There is an 18. That one will work. I'm just going to sort of plug through them. I'm just sort of chilling, fucking about with them. It's Artificer Skills. It's the exact same name. And I think there's potentially a link in images and clips right now. Yeah, if you get into images and clips, there's a link to it. No worries, man. I'm going to chuck this guy an invite to the guild. A little buggery. Yeah, I need to go through it all. I've just not had a chance to do it. I forgot what key I was doing now. Yeah, I'm going to set up so that it can detect, or not detect, but I'm going to rename them and rebuild them. I haven't quite got around to it yet. But what I really need is somebody, if you can comment on the video that it was yours, if you leave a comment on it, then I can go back and find it, and if somebody can put a comment on this one, I can go back and edit them. So if you can put a comment with, look, this one was sort of a mixed coaching session, and then the other one was talking over the MDT, and I'll try and do a chop down as well. I really need to adjust that wish list. Somebody did mention it to me the other day though. So I think you can add comments to, oh yeah, because you wouldn't be able to do it whilst it's a live stream. It would just come out as an in-chat comment, not a comment on the video. Right, what key have we got? Blackrock. What one's Blackrock again? Is it the one in the middle? It is, it's that one. I mean, he wants Bloodlust. That means that the only healer that he can take is a Shami. Or an Evoker. And if he's taking an Evoker, I'm out. I can see me dropping out this key very quickly. I see you've commented. It's come up as a Y. Oh, MRT. Right. I do need to do some edits on it. I will try and get it done. Oh, I'll get some. Down, down, deeper and down. Oh look, that guy managed to do that key. The guy just done that key in guild is a healer. If you guys are looking for a healer to do keys with, I know you'd be very interested. He's not on Discord yet. Do that. Do that. Yeah, well done. Fucking starts the pool time and I'm not even clicked on ready. But over eager.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
He didn't met or nothing. Pardon.
Interrupt.
Change the camera angle so I can see a little bit better.
Counter.
Switch.
Interrupt. 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 Help spirit. Interrupt.
Shit, I've got the wrong trinket on again.
Switch.
Divine him. 3,
You divine him for.
1.
Switch.
I got my cheat death trinket.
Counter.
Interrupt.
Darkness. Counter.
Interrupt.
Counter.
Help spirit.
Quick dispel over the shoulder.
Counter.
Interrupt.
Counter.
Interrupt.
You spot what the DH is doing? Literally just
Interrupt.
fucking dumping everything everywhere.
3,
Interrupt.
1. Counter.
Help spirit.
Want to hold back on using Divine Toll for the ads.
Shockwave.
3,
Yeah, with the warrior get you smacked about.
1.
Help spirit. Shockwave. Ads.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Rally.
AOE incoming.
Why you need to rally? Oh, because nobody done the fucking second spirit. Good shout, warrior.
3, 2.
Help spirit. Shockwave.
See.
Do 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 do. Oh, I think that's that priest joint.
Understand now.
Oh, I see what you mean about it fucking tracks where people are. Yeah, I don't like Discord now.
Give us some.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Beggars come for us. Do not let them pass.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Just put it down around the corner.
Shockwave. Crowd
CC.
control.
Freedom.
Crowd
Dodge.
control.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit. Crowd
CC.
control. Shockwave.
Counter.
Crowd
Dodge.
control.
Oh, dearie me.
Crowd
CC.
control.
Can't use blinding light. I'm
Two.
enraged.
Counter. One.
Help shockwave. Shockwave. Crowd
Dodge. CC.
control.
Three, two,
Fucking
one.
thing.
Help spirit. Shockwave.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
CC.
Crowd
Dodge.
control.
CC.
Crowd
Dodge.
control.
Darkness. Counter.
Crowd
CC.
control.
Can't see it.
Crowd
Dodge.
control.
It's enraged.
Crowd
Dodge.
control.
Two, one.
Help spirit. Shockwave.
Dodge.
Crowd control.
CC.
Rallying cry.
Crowd
CC.
control.
Three, two, 1. Divine him.
Shockwave. Crowd
CC.
control.
Dodge.
Crowd
CC.
control. Crowd
CC.
control. Shockwave.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
There's no point in taking a battle res. It'd be a complete waste to use a battle res on that.
Shockwave
Dodge.
control. Crowd
Dodge.
control.
Three, 2, 1.
Help spirit. Shockwave.
I'm gonna get hit with the frontal. Do. In fact, Pedro, you weren't getting on that 6 because you need to fucking get some
Defensive.
rating from it.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit. Defensive.
Put protection on him.
Burn you alive.
Countered.
Interrupt.
2, 1.
Help spirit. Shockwave.
Is there a second spirit? I don't think there is.
Three, 2, 1.
Defensive.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit. Defensive.
One of the key things to being a prop paladin, or any paladin, is to put out your blessing of protection, blessing of sacrifice. But the only way to really know when to use them is tracking who's needing to be done.
Crowd control.
3,
Crowd
2,
control.
1.
Help spirit. Crowd control.
And CC it, it's enraged. Let's see if he's stacked together. These don't run about as much.
Watch your step. Crowd
3,
control.
2, 1.
Help spirit. Watch your step. Crowd control.
Getting into this here. Hit that one.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit. Crowd control. Watch your step. Crowd control.
Three, two, one.
Defensive. Help spirit.
Darkness.
Defensive.
Don't need to use defensives on this one. Not yet anyway. Trinket still carry me through. What is going to be harder is in a second. I don't know what the warrior's expecting. Come on, take the days.
Three, two, one.
Interrupt.
Counter.
Interrupt.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
Counter. Counter.
Interrupt.
Counter.
Oh, lag spike.
Three, two,
Right, you just need to fucking sit pretty now
Help
for a minute.
spirit.
counter.
There we go. I think it's still the spell need to be done.
Interrupt.
Counter. 3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
N.
So
No,
DH is
back.
taking the first one.
Drop.
Spread.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
N. No.
Knocking back.
Oh, close there. This is an 18.
Drop.
Spread.
Oh shit.
Drop.
Spread.
N.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
I'm really hoping that somebody's in. Oh, he's done it himself.
No.
Knocking back.
Go on, get out of the way. Move to the edge. So these green lines is what essentially puts the shit on the ground.
Drop.
Spread.
N.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
No.
Knocking back.
Just trying to make sure I put myself in there out of the way for the fucking healer.
Hold them off.
Was that a spirit mist?
Watch your step. Defensive.
2, 1.
Defensive.
Oh, I stun them. Don't want them stunned.
Watch defensive. Defensive. Watch your step. Defensive. Defensive. Watch your step.
Oops, didn't see that one.
3,
It's too much fucking consecration on the ground. It all looks the same colour now.
Watch your step.
So the reason I'm taking this as a small pro is because everyone's CDs are off, including the heals. There's no point in pushing
Defensive.
at this point.
3,
We're going to get 3 keys anyway.
Help spirit. Defensive. Defensive. Watch your step.
Bastard.
Defensive.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit. Defensive.
To target something.
Right, go on. Start the branch, start the branch.
I'm out of range. You shall
4,
never have
3, 2, 1.
So, we can use Blessing or
3,
Protection
2, 1.
on the guy that
Dodge.
gets help on
Watch
him.
your step. 4, 3, 2, 1.
2, 1. Darkness.
3,
4,
2,
3.
I don't
1.
think they can see the boomerang
Watch
fucking
your
coming
step.
back.
4,
I wonder how long that debuff lasts.
2, 1.
They're going to fall off me. Maybe not.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
This is. It's a sign.
AOE incoming.
See, there's where darkness would have been good. Who's it's got it?
AOE.
3, 2, 1.
Watch your step. Help spirit. Keep moving.
Oh. Got to change direction, isn't it?
Safe now.
AOE.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
AOE. AOE. AOE.
There we go. And Keystone Hero. hang on. Was that? No, it was an 18. I don't remember. So the Armory website would have showed you if you've got it. So I got Keystone Hero. So Season 3. So Dragonflight Keystone Hero Season 3. Dragonflight Season 3 Hero. And Dreaming of Worms. Why the fuck would you get so many achievements in one? Which is outgrow use of Drake Cress in Season 3. I didn't even know that that was a thing. Alright. Yeah, it's a fated one, so you can only get it once. It's not an ongoing one. You do get a reward for it though. Reward is trading Drake for Wormcrest, so that's the 15-to-1 ratio thing. He's on Discord. It's D. I don't know if he's watching. Right. Right, let me... You've got a group set up. Look, who's all down there so I can see. So he's healing. I'm assuming Predator. Right, so there's you. I'm assuming Predator's coming. Matty will be coming and that'll give us Bloodlust. And then yourself, that'll give us a full group. Is Matty and Predator there? Did chuck he's an invite. What about Matty? Tell me that chip. The guild needs him. Right, it's a 6-week rest manor. Let's head out there. Who else? Bragg, are you about? Yeah. What character is he on? Oh, he's on his 60 just now. Waycrest Manor. That's interesting. I want to see something now. Gosh, it doesn't show. Right, how do you turn off this fucking emoji thing? Yeah, I got that. Whereabouts on Discord? Right, it's not an appearance or accessibility, it's not video and text. Don't see it in there. That is the biggest load of shit ever. Yeah, but that sort of just puts you as being offline completely, does it not? What was that? Num 1. Yeah, I know you can set your own status. Right, is Matty coming along? Who we coming? Is it the fifth? We need a fifth person, preferably somebody for the guild. We're looking for a DPS. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty much fucking geared as well at this point. I'm at 473. Yep, you can come along, dude. So, a low key, it's only 6. It's helping this guy in the guild. We just recruited him, and there's a healer. I'm kinda concerned that he's targeting himself though. Right. Go inside now. Just waiting. Got more getting inside. Just need an evoker buff. Right, let's do the ready check. I wouldn't bother with putting flasks, it's a 6. Wait a minute. There's a reason I went to change that. I was helping Predator do stuff earlier, so I was using normal dungeons to do walkthrough talkthroughs. Right, back in we go. Somebody needs to tell me to put the key in the fountain to activate it.
5, 4, 3,
I'll be standing here like
Two.
doo doo doo.
1.
What, popping army are we? Are we going bold? I only need this lot.
Ladies, ensure all visitors are made.
Oh, you motherfucker, dear. There's
Shockwave.
one missing. There's an ad missing.
Counter.
Shockwave.
And he's over here. Oops.
Counter.
I thought I was out of that. You're not listening?
Switch.
Mind control. Keep moving.
Switch.
Spread.
I really need to switch my gear over. I've got the wrong fucking gear on still.
Switch.
I've got my red gear on.
Switch.
Keep moving.
Switch.
Where the fuck's that ad that's missing for here? Hey, that one's in.
Shockwave.
That's not a 6. It's actually something in the guild here. Just joined.
Counter.
Shockwave.
Yeah, I've not got raid talent, it's just raid gear. Which just actually means I should do more damage because I've got more verse.
Shockwave.
Counter.
It's not too bad. It's
What
like I said,
was-
it's only the gear, it's not the talents. Why did you shoot him? I need to kill these for percentage. Oop.
Watch your step. Watch your step. Watch your step.
Now, there was something I was reading the other day there about dragging her into the fire.
Defensive.
Come on, walk forwards.
Watch your step.
Ah, for fuck's sake. Are you raising here?
Defensive.
Let's go for it. Stack together. Make it a bit easier.
Defensive. Defensive. Move boss.
Right, I'm going to pull all these out.
Countered.
Fucking things are stood behind me. Again, if you just wait there. Don't worry too much about them. Right, we'll be able to go in to do the next set. I think we're going to get an ad spawning on top of us later on, just as an FYI. Yeah, she normally fucking portals in down the bottom. So the one that was in that first corridor is missing. Oh, look at that, both bells at the same time. Oh, two of you stood in it. It's not meant to change though, it should spawn in at the same point. Do.
Countered.
Right, let's go for the boss.
Watch your step.
Right, let me try and grab all these ads. I probably killed them a bit too quick, never mind.
Shockwave.
No, you can play with her on my way open the door.
Watch your step. Defensive. Interrupt. Defensive.
Go bold in a minute. Take the pack across the room and the ones at the end.
Shockwave.
I'll line a sight down to the bottom.
Shockwave.
Divine.
I didn't need divine him.
Counter.
Shockwave.
Because I seen 2 on the stairs. Seen 2 on the stairs on the first room.
Counter.
I already knew I'd done it though. I didn't involve it because that one didn't spawn in. I didn't know if it was going to fucking guarantee to spawn somewhere.
Counter. Counter.
Move boss.
Right, we need to fucking get them out of there.
Counter.
Move boss.
Oh, not again. Stop dropping shit on the floor. Kick it. Oh, we don't have any kicks. Never mind.
I'm out of range.
3, 2, 1. Watch your step.
Dance.
3, 2, 1.
So he come into the middle because she's about to put her over.
2, 1.
Counter.
Alright, everyone get ready to jump down. Need everybody to stack, otherwise this doesn't work. Don't stand behind me. If you stand behind me, they leap behind me and I can't fucking keep them. I mean, we're only over by 0.66, so actually, we weren't over by much.
Counter.
Healer needs to pick that up.
Lads. Interrupt.
Start tossing it out.
AoE incoming.
I think he's missed it. That's not going to make any difference. I mean, we could bloodlust for a final go as well. Ta-da! And you need? Let me have a look. What's he wearing? Yeah, let's pass all this over to the healer. Yeah.
Thank you, heroes. You've broken the coven and released us from Gorak Tool's power. We are in your debt.
So if somebody can give him a hand to set up add-ons, that'd be good, because I don't think he's got anything just now. Wait to see. Out of date versions of some add-ons, no GTFO, no RC Look Council. Looks like drone, you're missing method raid tools. No, it's not on. Not on at all. Because it would show me if it was out of date. It states not on. It shows no add-on at all. If it was out of date, it would show a different version number. Unless you're on a loading screen right now. Or out of range of me. It'd be a lot out of range because you're right next to me. Right. Give me a second, because Gringy had put in a coaching form earlier, and I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. So he's looking for class specific. Ah, right, this is one for me to do, because he's looking at tanking. Yeah, we can do another one. I just need a minute. I'm just looking. Is Gringy about? No, Taurus, are you... I don't see you on Discord anymore, or on Twitch. Yeah, if you guys can make your way out and summon me out in a second. Okay. Right. That's going to be me to do that. I've also got Brag's coaching session to do at some point. Wow, it's blown a fucking hoolie. Chocolate coins. I need a break, guys. I need to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute. If you can summon me, I'll get you there in a second. And I'm back. I'm assuming you're all inside. Ba 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 ra ra. Oh, is Discord playing up again? A 1 pence. 1 pence chocolate coin. Now let's do check. Yeah, I'm not going to bother with food. What I am going to do, before I forget again, is I'm going to switch my bloody gear over. It's because I've not been changing my talents, so it's not auto done it.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Right. What level's this?
Interrupt. Interrupt.
Counter.
Switch. Help spirit.
Remember, drop the shit away from the ads.
Interrupt.
Counter. Three, two,
Need a couple of the spells.
Help spirit.
counter.
Somebody needs to be doing the spells. Somebody's playing to the healer before I move. Somebody like Dino. And somebody tell him never to grip a tank.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit. Shockwave.
Two of the spells need to be done.
Ads.
Three, two, one.
Help spirit.
AoE
AoE incoming.
Make sure you can dispel as well.
The darkness. It is gone.
I'm pretty sure Drone can do it as well. Because I can see Drone's got two dispel. You get pure and master spell.
You must put a stop to this.
I think Brad can also dispel.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
The invaders come for us.
Still not spit it up. And get missed.
Three, two, one.
I never realised that Robin was in the guild. I know he was on stream earlier. I don't know if he's still there.
Shockwave. Crowd
CC.
control. Help spirit.
Those are the spells.
Shockwave. Crowd
Dodge.
control.
Let's fucking go big on this.
3, 2,
You can line of sight them.
Help spirit.
No, you don't need to do spirits.
Shockwave.
Dodge. CC. Dodge.
Crowd control.
CC.
Crowd
Dodge.
control.
CC.
divine hit.
Shockwave.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Spirit behind.
Crowd
CC.
control.
Dodge.
Crowd
CC.
control. Crowd
CC.
control. Shockwave.
3,
Help spirit.
Not sure that spirit is. Must be way at the back. Just a single.
Shockwave. Crowd
Dodge.
control.
Dodge.
Remember to stack along the sides.
Very careful.
3,
Beam's going to come out
Two.
first.
1.
Defensive. Help spirit.
Can put that on at him. There's a spirit mist at the back.
Defensive.
Gods, hold them off. We'll burn you alive.
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit.
Spirit in the middle of the room.
Interrupt. Shockwave. Interrupt.
Didn't get done. Before MD asks, yes, I can do the spirits. However, it kind of defies the purpose of teaching folk
3,
if I keep doing it. So there's one on the left, one on
Help
the right.
spirit.
That's one done. That was drone. This is where mouse over macros are really crucial. Oh, fucking don't stick my head out there. What did you say? You wanted it big? Somebody's put trash at the back.
Defensive.
So somebody come round the door the wrong
Watch
side.
your step.
3,
Defensive.
1.
Help spirit.
Two spirits.
Shockwave.
Still a spirit up.
Defensive.
Well, hey! How the fuck did I get knocked off? That's a new one. I don't know why that happened. Right, focus on the yellow so that we can kick it on the way up.
Interrupt.
Somebody kick it.
Counter. 3, 2, 1. Counter. Three, two,
Got
1.
it.
Help spirit.
Counter.
Come on, somebody do spirits right next to us. There we go, well done, John.
Counter. Three, two, 1.
Help spirit. In.
Somebody's going to do the next one. When you get the beam attached, you go and stand along the side of the room, look at the direction the beam's coming from in order to work out where you need to put it.
2, 1.
Help spirit.
There we go. Somebody stand in front of him. That's
Drop.
done.
Spread. Knocking back.
Okay, you can control all this green shit. Go off to the very edge of it, drone.
2,
Go further round to the side.
Spirit.
It's got to cut right through the edge. Yeah, see. You put yourself along the edge.
Spread.
Who stood in front of us?
Knocking
Like,
back.
you can control where that shit goes on the ground by working out the direction it's facing from and to.
Defensive. Watch your step.
Three.
Defensive.
2,
Somebody do
One.
spirit.
Help spirit. Defensive. Watch your step. Defensive. Watch your step. Defensive.
Might not well on the head of it.
Watch your step. Defensive. Watch your step. Watch your step.
2, 1.
Help spirit. Defensive.
Spirit up.
Watch your step.
I need to
heroes. You shall
4,
never have our
3,
world.
2, 1.
3,
3,
2,
2,
1. Dodge. Watch your
Help
step.
spirit.
There's a spirit somewhere.
4, 3, 2, 1.
10,000 years have not been kind. This is
3, 2, 1.
Help spirit. AOE incoming.
by the Legion. Souls of my ancestors, to me! Aid our
AOE.
champions.
Okay, so it's not that one. Spell Warden doesn't do it. I think it's Freedom.
Watch your step.
I need to remember if it's Freedom or Protection or what.
3, 2,
Whoop.
1.
Help
Spirits.
spirit.
I've got one out.
Safe now. AOE.
Somebody running into shit. Is everyone looted? Try a bit to have it as a mouse over. Do it on the fly. Does he need that ring? Yeah, I did see that. Does he need that ring though? Probably better than half of what he's wearing. Yeah. So I'm eating chocolate fucking coins still. It's something for pretty much everyone. Is if they've got a dispel this week, have it as a mouse over macro. You don't even need to see the nameplate, you just mouse over where the ad is. And if you were watching me earlier, you'd have seen a lot of what I was doing was just whatever the ad was waiting for it to come in as soon as it fucking became active, dispelling it. Right. Yeah, I mean, I think DK's kind of shit out on a lot of stuff. Like, there's not very many of the week's afflictions that you can actually do anything with. I reckon that most afflictions, not all of them, Paladins kind of come out on top. So for entangling, you've got Blessing of Freedom. This week you dispel. What's the other one? There's the ad that you can heal up as well, which just throw Word of Glory on. What's the other weeks? I forget them all now. But yeah, Paladins kind of look. The only one that they can't really deal with is raging, to be able to soothe them or any of that stuff. But most weeks, Paladins kind of rock. It's became the hero class again. Do 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 do. Right. DH, I mean, they're getting nerfed again. But if you, so, because the Paladins formed the meta class for high keys, it's became the meta class. So yeah, prop Paladins are the hero class, and I mean they always will be. I'll just make sure. Take that off a sound. So if we go to Raider.io, oh, to the leaderboard. Actually, I think the leaderboard's down just now. Yeah, it looks like half of Rio's broken right now. It's really bad for this. Look, it will sometimes just sort of glitch out massively. Do. Do you know, I'm looking at Rio right now, and it's got top guild streaming. Method's currently streaming with 6 viewers. Liquid is streaming 508 viewers. Echo is streaming with 2,094 viewers. Look, figure that one out. But it's whenever you look at somebody that's got 6 viewers and you think about it. So Method, big guild, big supporters, and they've only got 6 viewers. I'm sitting here right now. I've got 5 viewers. Small guild, but good community. So yeah, the top rated prop Paladin is got a rating of 3,738, which if we go and look at him, he's currently streaming. He's got 352 views as well. It's interesting how he's got that. I wonder how. I need to check out how to add in those streams. Because I don't think mine's does. No, it doesn't. There's got to be. It does show that I'm live right now, but what I'm more interested in is how do they link to that? That's YouTube. No worries, take it easy, man. Have a good time with the kids. I wonder if they upload each video. Look, did they go in and add each of these videos? Manage video, URL link. So that must mean that they're editing out each key run in order to add it in. Because I wonder if they're using stream markers in order to mark when they start a key. because it's not a clip that you'd be taking. So yeah, they must use a stream marker to mark the stream, to then go back and edit it afterwards. Unless they're manually just making a note saying, fucking timestamp of video. Look, for example, I'm currently at 5 hours, 26 minutes. Look, they must be marking down when they've done a key, what time stamp take all the way to that too. Yeah, it is and it isn't. I mean, the reason that these guys grow and have like 500 viewers and that is they do a little bit of extra work on the side. And at one point, whenever I had my other channel, I used to do weekly videos. I'd sit down, record an entire video session of me giving an update of what I was doing, where I was at. Sort of VOD, a VOD diary. And it takes a lot of work. Yeah, you would be able to. So you can use YouTube timestamps to load it in from. What it wouldn't do though, is it wouldn't have, so if you think about this here's got a duration of 23 minutes. So that means that that video is been tuned down. So it's specifically only, get rid of the advert. Do. Fucking hell. Adverts. So, this isn't the live stream that they've then went and timestamped it. This is a full video on its own. I mean, in terms of being able to do that, it really wouldn't take much. It just, you need to know what time you started the key at and what was, so you need to know the time your stream to the time you started the key, which is why I'm thinking using something like a stream marker might be a better idea. So if I go over to Touch Portal a second, which is on my other desktop, go to main, not main, streaming, let me add in function. So within stream we can do Twitch action, so you can send a message, do shout out, clear chat, start stop raid, set a stream marker. So you can set stream title, which we're not looking for. Oh, actually, that's not a bad idea either. You can set events or triggers for people hosting your channel, raiding it. But yeah, it looks like you would do a stream marker, and then you just edit that over on YouTube and then publish it. It would really need to be, so if you're doing keys quite regularly, you'd need to sort of do this on a daily basis. Have the set up as a, so let me just try editing this. Set stream Set stream marker. Stream marker description. Let's call it Mythic plus key marker. Add. And then you can so that would be that part to it. Button image from icon pack. That's the Lumia Stream icon pack. Yeah, we're probably going to kind of hold off for a bit now. That's the essentials. That's video editing. That's gaming. I wonder. File. Where did I save all of these? They're probably in there under pictures, maybe. Touch portal. Normal. Oh. What are you thinking? Yeah, it's a good time to sort of work out bits. Try think so. Oh, I created a button for marbles. I forgot about that. That's multimedia. Scene. Right, Twitch viewers. You're not sure if I'll go focus for you. Twitch declip, Twitch clip open, Twitch emote off. I really need to go through a lot of this and actually add more of it in. Let me go in. So it's in Alpha Wild, it's in Pictures, Touch Portal, Inverted. That's Streamlabs. Stream off. It's the different scenes. So at one point I actually made some of these myself. I used a template. And it's actually really good. So Touch Portal is a tablet thing and it allows you to just sort of press buttons and it opens applications. It's a good way to sort of be able to open things without having to go all the way through. It's the shortcut system. It's really good for not just streaming but for general desktop application use. Let's open OBS video. Philip Shuey. VLC media player. It was a meme that I'd made for a lift. It was somebody that gets stuck in an elevator. Voting. Tips jar. That's what I do with Streamlabs. So that's Twitch chat. That's the clip. I can't even show you this because this is on my streaming PC. I might need to make an icon. Actually, let's go with that one. Yeah, the little fucking... So it's source on SCO. Right, so we'll go with that one. That's Twitch clip open. So I'll not open it, but I'm going to use that as the icon to make a stream marker. And if we save that, now what I need to know is how is the rest of this built up? So it's the A1. So background settings, and it's black. It's custom RGB. Yeah, let's go. Is it 0? One A. People are probably thinking to themselves, what is he talking about? So the background colour for the hex colour code that I'm looking at, it's known as 1A. So going to background, change that to that, and that to that, and stream marker. Save. Not quite. I want the text to be at the bottom. Save. There we go. So I've now got a nice fancy button that says stream marker. Now I've never actually tried it, but we'll try doing that. And then if I come back into here, I want to go to Twitch itself. Don't want to pause that. Just mute the sound. Video production. So I don't have any copyright claims. That's to do with clips and stuff. I mean, can we add in? Can add it in there. So where does it put the action? Oh. It's a hard one to say, mate. I mean, in terms of like what's deemed to be the easier class rotation and stuff. Wait to bring up my coaching form. Bear with me. So this isn't a definitive answer to your question, but what this is let me go into my tracker sheet. So this hasn't been updated for this season yet. I mean, it's not so much that you're going to get booted for performance, it's more that we need to do your coaching. I know that that's something that is on the list. There is a lot of improvement on your OG. I think that the reason for the short on the DPS front is down to potentially not selecting target for when to buff them and what ones you should buff and when to buff, sort of thing. So these tier lists were updated, actually. I did update these. But the sort of big thing with it is more... Let me bring up, hang on. Give me a second. I need to find a log from you. You put logs up the other night there, didn't you? What were you playing? I think it was your druid, actually. Let me just stop and think a second here. I think this one's got what I'm looking for. Right, here we go. So this is the WoW Analyzer, which obviously is one of the really useful tools. This is yours from our raid on normal from a couple of weeks ago. So this isn't the most recent one, there's one that was after this, hang on. Is that it? Heroic. No, so this is then the heroic one. So that was the normal fight. And you can see here, look, there's quite a bit sort of out on that one. But this was then the heroic fight. This seems to sit a lot better. Now, what we're also going to do is... I was talking about this earlier on. I was showing people this one. Lurks. Hang on. Try to reply back to that. Right, so Lurgs, we're talking about this earlier on. So if we're going to the Ogre Volker, and I'll leave it on Myth Raid, take the first boss, and we want to work out, look, when are certain abilities getting used. So Blessing of Might, so we go back and we look at you, and Blessing of Might. So you can see here, actually, your Blessing of Might on this one. This was just one for the other night there. You've got a really good cast on that one, which is perfect. That one's good. That one's perfect. That one's good. That one could have been doing a bit more. But so Blessing of Might, you can come into Lurgs and go, right, I want to know when should I be using it? When's the more optimal time for me to be using it? And you can see, look, when a lot of evokers are using it and when they're not. So there's this space in the middle. This makes a lot of sense because the first boss, that's the intermission. You're not doing any DPS during that phase. And you can see that that sort of transitions on a lot of the fights. It's that little gap all the way down. Same principle all the way through it. And you can see here that 7 seconds in, 4 seconds in. So the Blessing of Might is not until the first few seconds. Now if we come back to yours, your first Blessing of Might went out almost a minute into the fight, which means that there's scope to be able to peel that back a bit. So what you can do is you can, let's take so our fight lasts 5 minutes odds, so it's going to be kind of hard to find the one that matches it. But you could say, for example, that one there, and you can copy that, and that will tell you when to cast your Blessing of Might. And all you do is put your name in the top here. And then you can take that into MRT. So you would go in and set your own personal note and open it as a different window. So you go MRT, go into notes, and you can see here I was doing it earlier with drone. Never something to tell about it. So you can go, right, I want only to improve like that, so that's the one thing I want. And you copy that, take it back to the game, and set that as a new window note. So you've got the raid CD plan, which is for heals and stuff. You've got your assignments, which is personal notes, and you just create a new window which is specifically for the thing you wanted. And you can put that wherever you want, so you end up with an extra window essentially to be able to work from. What I don't know is how the fuck you get rid of that extra window though. Does anybody know the answer to that one? I need to... But the thing is, you don't even need this to be like full size. You don't even need it to show anything that you don't want. So, look, for example, I'm going to put this down here because I actually want to give this a try down in this bottom window. You can see this was one that I was playing about with as well. But yeah, so you can come into Lurgs and go, right, so I need to work at whatever. So let's say Ebon Might. Come back to Lurgs, tick, you want to track Ebon Might. Might not be Ebon Might, it might be Blessings of Eons that you need to work on. So let's have a look, Blessings of Eons, where's it? So it's got it here. And it shows again, what you could have been doing. Now this here is showing the cast that you've been missing. It shows ebb and might uptime, when would be better to use it. So let's then look at Lessons of Eon. Again, it's pretty much just after ebb and mights are out, so it extends the duration of your buffs. So these here can be extended by better placement, but also you need to remember and cast your other abilities, so you've missed the other things to be able to push it. You can see here as well, Blessings of Eon has only got a 34% effectiveness, which again we come back to Blessings of Eon. So you could increase the number of durations, because you only cast it once, which is 2 minutes 59 into the fight. And if we look at this, 2 minutes 59 is kind of towards the end. It's probably after that intermission phase, which is good, but you've missed it at the start, so you can use it over the first one, and after the intermission you can use it again. So that then becomes those key parts. But again, instead of trying to remember, I need to remember and use that at those points. So we can come in and go, well, we'll go with what one did we like the look of? 3 minutes odds, so that's a good duration. It's not the best one, but we'll go with number 13 on the list. We'll put that in there, and you can copy that, put your name in, we click it, it copies it, we take that into the game, and we again set that as a note. Now these spell IDs is then going to come up for you at the relevant times to use them. All you need to do is match the picture. So you need to know what that spell icon is and what the other ones is, so that you pair it with the ability. It's going to pop up, and you just put the weak aura on your screen to suit yourself. So we go WA, and it's the liquid one. It's not the whisper. It's that one there. So these icons, you just move them to suit yourself where you want them to be placed. It's the same ones that we use for the callouts. And that will then tell you the abilities that you need to be using at relevant times. So it's a sort of reminder that use that ability at that point, use that ability at that point. You've also got time skip. So again, you can look at when will they use. Well, only one person's used time skip. Now, I don't know if that's a talented ability, and therefore it's not really worth considering for you. And again, if it's not, yeah, it is a talented ability. So if you've not got time skip, which by the looks of it most don't, so it wouldn't be relevant. But there's other abilities as well, so you can look at when different things are being used that's evoker abilities, and have it so that it takes a lot of the thinking out of when to cast stuff. It just, so this sort of encompasses all your major CDs, and you build up all your major CDs for every fight and go, which one do I think looked better? Now, I like number 13, so you could literally turn on everything, go full fucking hog, even if you've got the staff, which is an on-use ability. Now he's not got it, but number 14 does, so the tennis fucking racket. And you, or if you've got any of these trinkets, find who's got the trinkets. And also, you don't need to take just one. So what you could turn around and say, right, I want to use all of 13 because I like the way his looked. So we copy that, we click into that, we go into the game, Control A, delete. So that there is all those abilities. Did that copy? I don't think it did. think it's having a bit of a dilemma here. Not taking all that. Let's go F5. 13. Copy. I've not put your name in it, I just want to see if it's got a... It's not fully working right now. But what you can do is, you can turn around and say to it, right, I want to look at certain abilities. So I want to know when to use that. Now I don't know if you've got that talented or not. But let's go. So 13, he's used it twice. So we do that and we put your name in. Copy that into the game. And let's just go Control A, delete, Control V. Okay, so that takes care of that one. We'll go for that one as well. We do the same thing. That's not updated. Or has it? Yeah, it has. So we then click that. We, oh, sorry, I'm using Alt Tab. Can do that. Now you see here, this is now grouping these spells together. So all I'm doing this time is I'm taking not every single, it doesn't need to be the same person. So let's say you've got that weapon. That one looks like a good occurrence of when it's been used. It's fucking spread out, maximum use. So let's take that. And we paste that in. We move all this down into this box because this is now our CD box. Because bear in mind, up here we have the guild CD plan. Actually, that's a bad example because I overrode that the other day there. That's assignments. So you've got a CD plan from the guild up here, and you've got an assignments plan down here, set in personal, and you've got your own stuff. So that's the guild's CDs that we're planning on you doing, and everyone else. That's your assignments that you're getting told where you're going, and then you're building your own plan for your own CDs, which you're just using from logs. It's not a I must do that spell at that point. It's a let's have a look and see what other people's done. Let's see if we can get your major CDs to be more efficient to pair up with what other people are doing. Now on top of that, so once you've built your major CDs up and you've got them lined up, it's not going to tell you when to do every single cast. But something else you could do is, so if we've got the same raid comp, is we want to know when to put Crohns or whatever you want to call it out. You can come in here and go, right, so I want to use that. So you do the same thing. You then copy the frame to help MRT. So you click on that there, and we bring that in, and we're using the same part, put it into this one big box, and we paste that in. So that's now telling you, when we put all this into here, now this box is a bit small right now, let's make it a little bit larger. Now it doesn't matter that the time frames aren't matching up, because the week aura is going to determine, or it should determine, which timestamp relates to which one. Now I'm not convinced that that's 100%, but it should. So rather than you going, well, I'll cast that and I'll cast that and I'll cast that, what you've now got is, we now know when you're going to cast Crohns, because it's here, it's telling you, and it's going to come up and tell you who to target. So that then relates back to this part down here of you didn't have a target selected. So it's went out. Now, yes, I know that you're using a weak order and you have got target selected, but it's not actually necessarily the correct target. Now, without me going and looking at it, the target that you should have been looking at is likes of Pit and so on and so forth. Oh, did you get rid of it? So there you go. So this then is how to better prepare. So you now know that that's their burst windows. Now the downside to this is when the raid changes and we get different players, you've got to try and find a plan from a certain point that's got the same players. But that's part of your preparation. Well, yeah, it should be really a mouse over. So you would mouse over the relevant target, so it'll pop up in the week, or I tell you, prey on, so whatever you want to call it, stick it on to Pit. Okay, mouse over Pit, fucking cast spell, job done. Put on to Nectorious. Okay, mouse over him, job done. At the same time, it's then got to be popping off, telling you that. So you can see here, your default targets is Ribber and Nectorious. Now that's based around what the Weaker is telling us, what the helper's telling us. So that's your two main targets. Pre-pool, who you got to put on pre-pool? Well, it's got to be Pit and Nectorious. 27 seconds in, Ribber and Matador. Interesting enough, Matty fucking pops up quite a few times because his burst of damage was actually pretty good, and it ties in with when your CDs should be available. So even though you might have looked in the past, and no disrespect to Matty, but Matty isn't seen as one of the heavy hitters in the guild. He's not got the highest DPS, but actually his DPS would be boosted, and his DPS at those points would have dictated he actually was doing enough damage to be a likely candidate. What was that? Reset, sorry. Pre-pool. The buff should still stay active. Well, the buff should still stay active on the player. They should still have the buff as they go into the fight. It's a bit like doing any precasts. But anyway, my point is that for you can almost script everything. And what you have then is, at this point, you know when your CDs are going to be going out, you know when pre-orders are going to be going out, you know when all these different things are happening. The only thing you don't have then is your filler spells, which is it's these ones, isn't it? So what you would then do is you go into Hakili and turn around and say, right, okay, I don't want you to tell me when to cast Ebon Might. I don't want you to tell me when to cast all these different abilities, because actually I've got a weak aura now telling me specifically I'm going to cast those major CDs at this point. I'm going to cast that specific thing on that player at that point, and I'm going to focus these abilities during those time frames. So you essentially build up a CD plan of your own, or not even a CD plan, a cast plan based around what looks good. But again, this is where you use different bits of information. So you're really helpful in the way that the WoW Analyzer will tell you who in our raid team is good to put that on. Bear in mind it will change from week to week, so you need to update this. You use lurgs and you go, right, they have the tennis racket. I don't know if you do or not, but you go, his looks fucking good times. I know these mechanics, so you look over, I know this is on Mythic, but in terms of the fight durations, it sort of works out a bit better, because then you've got things. Otherwise you run out of spells. Oh, have you? It could be a trinket though, so if you've got any of the trinkets, I don't know if you have, you might need to look at, say, when to use certain trinkets that people have. So yeah. What one's Nemu's? That one there. So there you go. So you can look at that and go, okay, which trinket rotation do I want to use? His is pretty good. It ties in with those spells. That's a precast. Well, it's actually just as the fight starts. So you might want to take those trinkets. So you can work your way through this, and this is actually a really good one for you. But what it does mean is that you need to build a rotation plan for every fight. You've got to think about the fight durations. Now, this is where, as the fight goes on, and it goes on a bit longer, you might struggle to be able to see when to use the rest of your abilities, because our fights are lasting about 5 minutes, and these are only going out to about sort of 3 minutes. Now, that's why I attain Mythic, because if I go to Heroic, they're going to be even shorter, so they take about a minute off it. Mechanically, they're pretty much the same. And all you do is, let's say, you pick what ability you think's going to be best, and you look at the time frame, so you know that there is the intermission. You're not going to be doing any damage over the intermission, so there's no point in taking one that's going from that. You could, but the time frames would be, what you need to do is find a point where the mechanics overlap. I would stick to just use the Mythic plan, because you can see, so what you could do is repeat those time frames, but then you've got to work out when's the next intermission and stuff. I would be more inclined just to use this, and then you've just got to build after that. And what you can do, so the other thing that you can use with lurks, if I go to there, I want to take Discord logs. In fact, is it in there? Yeah, you pretty much just wing the last part. But what you can then do is, hang on, you can actually turn around and say, right, do you know what? I want to look at where I use my CDs. Oops, cancel that. F5. Control C. You can come in and go, right, I want to look at where my report is. Where was I looking at in this? And see who done what at what point. So we take... That's weird. Was that a pug run we done? It must have been. So you want to look at that kill, and you look at you, and you load it. And what this is going to show is what your CD plan was, well, not your CD plan, but what CDs you used over the top of these key points, or at least it should. And then you can look at it and go, well, that was the time frames of the things I done. That was when those mechanics happened. So I'm going to have to make an amendment to it. And I think this just takes a little bit of time to load in. I've not actually properly looked at this, but essentially what it should do is give you something very similar. But yeah, my point I'm getting at here, Bragg, is you've actually got one of the easier classes to work with on this, because you can build in when your CDs need to go out and who you're going to have to target. That just leaves you your core rotations. You can even, as far as, go back to this and go, do you know, I want to know when every evoker used the combat potion. When was it the most common used area for combat potion? Some of them are doing it on pool, some of them are doing it during the burn phase. It's a sort of 50-50 split, so they're either using it at the beginning, or they're using it during the burn phase after Roots has been done and when the boss has been done. Now, you could also go and look, well, when were they using Bloodlust? Well, Bloodlust is most commonly been used down here, which coincides to what the guild would do. What's more interesting is that one there didn't even use Bloodlust at all. That one's on pool. We've got fucking 3 Bloodlusts over the top of each other on this one. That's a fucking absolute belter, that. I love it. So yeah, you can look at when were people doing things. So that one there, in fact, it was 13 again, he was a good one. So 2 minutes 6 seconds. Now, he uses combat potion at the start, but if you look at the top one here, Bloodlust went out, a couple of seconds later combat potion went out. Yes, but only just by 19 seconds. So you could use 2 hours because it's 5 minutes 19 versus a 5 minute cooldown. And so yes, you could do it. You could also do what I do, which is pre-pot before going in for the pool, which is normally I lose about 3 seconds off my combat potion before then hitting it. But there's so much you can factor in here. So you've got all this to build in. So you can go through and go, right, I use that CD, I use that CD. Yeah, I would go away when it's close to Bloodlust. It's the same thing though. So Zephyr is an example of an ability that I wouldn't plan in. The reason being is because Zephyr is in our CD plan. So you need to think is, has this been put in to the guild's plan? Yeah. So because it's on the raid plan, then you wouldn't take it. You wouldn't look at it. But anything else, you can literally just go through one at a thing, go, right, I want to be able to use that because I've talented for it. When is the most common place it's been used? So some folk are using it back here, and some people are actually, so there's somebody managed to cast it 3 times, so there, and there. Now I don't know what the tooltip is on that, of how they managed to get it back so quickly, but again, you can see that a lot of people, it's during that burn phase. What one is it you want me to bring up, sorry? Renewing. I don't see it. That one. Oh, renewing. Yeah. Yeah. So you can see there, he's managed to cast it twice. There's twice. Again, a lot of these are based around getting your cooldowns back and reusing things. So it can be done. A lot of these are over the top of the burn phase by the looks of it. What's the cooldown on that? 1.5 minutes. So yeah, that one there is that'd be the one I would pick, because it's at the start of the fight and it's roughly when the burn is going to be. Now this is where you need to remember though, that if we've not burnt the roots and we're not moved into the next phase, you need to hold off a second. Obsidian scales, is that in here? So there you can see, yeah, so that one has done it at the same time, but the rest of these are split. So it looks like they're splitting them onto different times. It's been used better at different points. But if we go bold on this, let me just take everything, including combat potion, go to 13. Control A, Control V. So this isn't giving me everything again, it's only giving me a small snapshot. But yeah, essentially what you would do is you come in and go, right, I want to be able to do X ability at X time. And I want to know when to use my combat potion. So combat potion over the top of the burn phase. Look for when it was paired with a good bloodlust. So number 5. Copy that, click into it. Notes are copied to clipboard. Happy days. Minimise that. We come in here and a couple of lines. Pop it in. That's showing bloodlust and it's showing the other thing as well. Now what you could do is it's going to pop up with bloodlust as the actual bloodlust, because that's what the spell ID is stating it is. But you can go in and change it to your one, or you accept the fact that that icon's going to come up, and you know that that's the bloodlust icon. So you can then essentially work out, well, I know that Alpha was planning to have bloodlust at that intermission. I've planned it in, and it means then if somebody's totally fucking missed it, then we've got a backup of it. We can go again. But that there becomes your cast sequence of what you're going to be doing and when you want to be doing it. You can see that that top half there, that's a whole pile of different spells at different intervals. Some things are at the exact same time, so he's used that and his combat potion at 10 seconds, so he's really quick off the mark, and then comes back in again. But the point I'm trying to get at here, Bragg, is for you as an individual and as a class, and when I see Neil, I'm going to show him this as well. I think for Neil this is going to be quite a hard thing to do though. But from all the tools that you've got available, you've got more of an advantage because you're getting told who to buff at what time frames. You can even have a look at, so the Ebb and Might helper, we would then look at oops, wrong one. You could then come in and go, right, when do I want to be using Ebb and Might? Well, that's when I want to be using it. So after 7 seconds, which if you look back at this, so that's the first 27 seconds. So you can turn around and say, right, okay, so I want to know when to cast Crohns, or whatever you want to call it. If it's not the right word, I don't care. So that's showing you the timestamps of when each of them gets done. And if it's at 7 seconds, then for the next part, which was from here, now what one did I go with? It was 13. So he's using it at 4 seconds. I wouldn't use, well, I suppose you could use it there, but it's most likely going to drop off anyway. I mean, that one sort of would work. So you copy that. So that gives you that part. We then come back and go, right, so we've dealt with presence, and that was the Ebb and Might we've just done. So that takes care of that. Scales, it doesn't have the ability to see when Scales was put out, but what you probably could do is have a look at Paladins, for example, and you look at what buffs that they had to see if any of them received it. There's none in this, but we'll come back to the Evoker. So we've got something for this, we've got something for this. That one you just need to keep track of, which can be done very easily by one single weak aura, and you should always be swapping it onto the main tank or using it on somebody who's taking damage. So that's updated and done. We're selecting specific targets to make sure that this is done, which is interesting because you did actually pass those on to specific targets on some occasions and then just sort of randomly placed on others. Sands of Time. There was Sands of Time in this. I don't see it in there. So Sands of Time extends the duration of your Ebb and Might and all that sort of stuff. So this is where it's got the likes of Firebrand and extended with certain things. Yeah, I know what it does now. So you can see here that that's where, so that's your filler spells essentially, for what I remember. So that means that if you were to use your filler spells, you would be able to sort of push it through a little bit more. Shifting Sands, was that in here? I think I've seen that. Did I see Shifting Sands? No, I didn't. Come back to that. So Breath of Eons was next. So we've done that one. We need Breath of Eons. And again, you want to try and find where's a good pairing. So that's the burn phase. That's a really good tight one. Let's go for him. Let's copy that. Let's minimise that. Let's throw that in there. You don't have time skip, you said. So what you need to then work out is what's the other things that is being used. You said you had that one. So again, thinking about where would be good to place it. So I like the look of that one. It's sitting at the start of the burn phase and it's in here as well. I'm going to copy that and I'm going to put that in. But you get the idea. You pick it up and you go through and go, right, I'm going to use these abilities from that time frame. And you just go, right, what do I have? Do I have that? Yeah, I've got that one, so I'm going to pick a good time for it. That's the burn phase in this fight. So what ones, and look at the trends, you can see here that most people are doing it over the burn phase. So think to yourself, do I take it for like a 20, which is there and there? I mean, you can see here, he's not used it at all. Might not have it because it's a talented ability. Again, same in here, might not have it, talented ability. This one has managed to get it off twice. One during one of the ad phases and one during the burn phase. That sounds like a good time for me because I know that that's what these spells is. That's ads, that's burn phase. What one did I just take? I don't even remember, mate. Yeah, so that was 7. But yeah, so you get the idea though. You go through each of these fights and you pick out what you think's going to work best. You then make that as a note somewhere and you can make it as little as you want because you don't need to see all this information, because you don't need to know the timestamps of things happening, because the weak aura should trigger and pop up with the icon and you just play match the spell. You go into Akili and you turn off at the start of raid not to track any of these abilities, because during raids you don't want to know when it's telling to use it. You're going to tell it by planning it in. You're going to tell it who you want to put the abilities on. Now you might need to make some adjustments to the way this works and how it operates, because it might not be 100%. No, you would need to what you could maybe do, I've not looked at this though. I'll take Berserk as an example. So what you can do is you can disable it. It's the only thing you could do. So you need to re-enable it whenever you're then using it for keys, because there's no way to know when to use it in keys. To maximise it out with, because every key is different and every key's got a different duration and everything. So yeah, you need to sort of go and take them up. Yeah, I suppose you could. Yeah, you could. I don't know how well that would work, but yeah, you could set up 2 profiles. Mine is currently set to Mythic. So yeah, you could set up a raid profile and a a mythic profile. I don't know if it would swap the ignore abilities backwards and forwards. I'm not 100% sure how that exactly would sort of link. But you get the idea that as an evoker for raiding, you've got an easy job, because you can sit and go, okay, what looks good? Let's think, what's that ability, what's that ability, what's that ability, what's that ability? That's burning branches. So that was placing the shit on the ground for the ads to come in. That's burning the branch. That's the burn phase of the bot. Yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the bigger kind of downsides to it. But coming back to this here, so we start at the top. We have something that we can do with this, so that goes into MRT, and you've already told it who's going to get what buffs at what duration and what points. We come further down, and with the Breath of Eons, and this is a helper of when to use it, and the current window. So that was your current window of who you've done it over, and your optimal target window could be slightly better. So it's trying to up the damage at certain points. So the people that did get it could have had better duration times. The part of that is, so that's the one you've got to fly by, if I remember rightly. It's all to do with when they're using their abilities. But again, if you're planning around the CD pattern of people using their abilities on CD, or around burst windows of mechanics, like the burn phase of the boss and holding back, then you're going to get slightly better positioning. So that was your current window, that's your optimal window, and that's your optimal targets window, which is the percentage. So it's how much more DPS that they would pick up. Yeah. So we've now worked out, look, the one thing this you might want to leave on is, because this won't tell you potentially, this doesn't have a spell ID in it, so I don't know exactly how this part's going to work. What you might need to do is edit this slightly. So you can see here, these are dynamic timers and these are fixed timers. So what you might need to do, let's just have a look if this makes it any different, because it's not actually stating. Org buff, that's got your name in it. Precast. So yeah, that might be a better one than that. So these are fixed timers, and that won't pop up. So what you would need to do with this is you need to do a bit of editing. Or I would certainly edit all this, because if you don't, it's fixed timers and it's not going to move. I mean, what you could do is make that smaller, put it down there, and it just becomes the time frame windows to look at, but I don't think it would really work very well. You want it to be dynamic timers, or at least a physical timer. So is it then what we start getting is this effect. Do you understand what I'm trying to do just now? Yeah, so that's the next part. I'm just about to get to that. So what you would then do, so it's telling you, I don't know actually, because the way this is designed is default target. It's, you need to test this in a raid for MRT to see if it's going to pop up. it should pop up with the wee away a line of text telling you when to do something. I think you're better with it being this one, because then it states your name and who your targets is. So target 1, target 2, target 3, target 4. Precast, main cast, the different key windows. And this is who you, so you know yourself, you want to get this buff out as much as you can, so you try to get it out on target 1, target 2, so that's your first 2. If they've got it, you then want to put onto 3 and 4, so within the first 27 seconds you've put it out onto those 4, if you can get it out that many times, and it builds up. Now you can get up to 4 targets, you've had it in the past, but essentially these are in priority order of highest burst DPS through to lowest burst, and it sort of works through it. Yep. So this is one you need to test. I would probably try using that option, which is copy the flame glow MRT, and that gives you that list, which is target 1, 2, 3 and 4, opposed to this, because the way that that's going to come out is you need to do it the other way about. Hang on. Yep. So what you would need to do is take that spell ID from Wowhead, and you would want to do that in there. So I'm putting this before the needs to be square curly bracket. So if you're to use that other version, what you get is this effect, which is that's precast, followed by Trixie's celebrating his anniversary in the guild. So you need to tell it it's you that's to cast the ability, that's the spell, that's the target of spell. And you need to do that all the way down. And then that would give you that. So you might only be able to cast it on 2 different people, but that would then be your priority first 2 targets. I'm not sure, you might really want to just go into a raid, it doesn't matter if it's LFR or not, and just load in any one of those 2 patterns and run it and see what pops up and what doesn't. I've never tried it, so I don't really know. But yeah, I would give them a try and see, because even if they're not in the raid, it will still trigger the mechanics. It will still tell you, press this at this point, press that at that point. Or it won't. If it doesn't, you just edit it. But essentially, just to kind of go back, so the things that this was picking up on for you to work on, we'll ignore the blistering scales just now, that's a later thing. Your core rotation, which is based around Prian's Ebb and Might and blistering scales. I wonder if that finished loading in. I'm still trying to load it. That's good. So for Prian's, we've got that there. That there. So that's got the ability to do it. Cool. That's a GitHub. You can do it so that it only shows boss damage, like you see me doing there, so you might want to change when the burst damage goes out. But yeah, that gives you the first part of your core rotation. So that's that one. So buffs are covered. We load that in from here. Next thing, Ebb and Might. Let's go and look at Lurgs. Let's find Ebb and Might. There it is there. We turn it on. And we decide what one's going to be better. It might not be 13 U's, I just picked that as a random one. Actually, 14 looks pretty decent because of where it sits as well. Now what you need to remember, and you know this yourself, is 2 targets up first before Ebb and Might goes out. So even if this pops up and telling you to use it, you need to get your your peons up first, and then you go over the top of them. Again, now 2 targets, now 2 targets. Downtime, 2 targets cast, 2 targets cast. And it builds it up, it ramps it up. But you're able to plan those core rotation abilities simply by using that part for MRT. You've turned that on, and you turn that on. That's your 3 core abilities done. So that takes care of that full section. Cooldowns. Well, these here, so Upheaval, let's have a look. Was Upheaval in this? I don't think it is, because I'm pretty sure that's a core ability. Let me get rid of that and that. Yeah, so these here become part of your main use, and you can see here, so combat potion used, 0. So again, that's something that we want to address. So we come back in and we go, right, we've put all these onto a plotted map. Let's now stick that on. Where are we going to use it? Like I said, I'd probably use it during the burn phase. It's the most logical place to use it. Most damage going out. You could do it on pool, because, or roundabout after pool, because you've buffed everybody and everything's going fucking absolutely ham at this point. So you could quite easily turn around and go, well, 14 looked quite good. So we'll take him, we copy that, and we just turn around and say, right, we'll take all of that there out, up to the top, put that in. I don't think that's taking everything, because it's only going to 2 minutes 40 something. Oh, maybe it is actually. So that shoe got a combat potion down here, and you've got all the buffs. So the things that it's wanting you to work on, which is better target selection, making sure that you've got your core rotation paired up slightly better, cooldowns, so it's telling you missed your combat potion. You also didn't use your trinket. Now, what trinket are you currently running? It was that one there, wasn't it? Name you. Oh, it's mirror. Oh, so it's not the 10 track. If you knew it, is it that one there? Name you's thing me. So there you go. There's. So what we now need to look at is. Wait till we see if we can find somebody that's using mirror. So the only person using mirror is down here. That's the 31 seconds. So what we might do then is... yeah, it's quite low down. But what you can do is go, right, we'll take that there. We'll fucking just slap that in underneath. And come back up. What was it, number 7 we used? I think it was. But essentially what we now have just created is a timer that's going to tell you to cast all these different abilities, including the trinket. Now, what you could do is turn around and go, well, let's put that into a more logical sequence, because that one's way out. So we can turn around and say, right, I want to put that at 31 seconds, so that everything's in a chronological order, and that puts that trinket in there. So that gives you your main rotation. You've covered where. Now I've just obviously snapped this out of somebody. There might be talents in there that you don't have. That's where you need to sort of pick them out and work them out. We've got combat potions also. We're looking at when to use your trinkets. We're looking at when to use a combat potion. Now these here then become upheaval. Was that part of this? Don't think it is. No, it's not. So they become part of what you would use on Hikili. So you just turn around and say to Hikili, right, I want you to tell me when to use upheaval, when to use fire breath. Now bear in mind you want it to be done over a cast duration of 3 so that you get the most out of it, and that boosts that section. So your cooldowns are then taken care of, because that's done. These have been fixed. We've put in all the other things that are missing in order to get more efficiency out of them. Now I know that says 0 casts in there out of 1, so that must have been a proc or something. But yeah, for you it is a very simple task of, we use predetermined data mixed with our predetermined data. In theory it should, yeah. And all you do is you turn around and say, right, okay, so I'm now going to tell Achille not to track any of these abilities, because I have told it when I want it to use all of this stuff. And that just becomes your cast sequence and a timer. And then the part underneath it is who needs to get what. Now what you might want to do is swap these around. So is it, because I don't know if these timers would actually come up or not. But you could do it that way around, so that you can still see those timers, and we make that a little bit smaller, and we slot it in somewhere so that we can still read it. Personally, I would have it so that those were actual timers, and it hides the timer as the time passes, because once the time's gone, you realistically don't want to see that anymore. But that becomes your template of when to better use your CDs. The thing that you need to do, and this is something I've noticed you doing, is you get flustered and frustrated and you start smashing buttons. Slow down and concentrate on what you're needing to do. Watch the mechanics, watch the weak aura. Watch the mechanics, watch the weak aura. Just simply backwards and forwards motion. If it's not telling you to cast something through the weak aura, you're casting it through Hikili. Backwards and forwards motion. That's all you do. Slow, steady and concise casts. And you do the same thing for every fight. Build one of these for every one of your CDs. You go through one at a time, you build it up. You go to the next one, you build it up. And you just keep doing the same thing. And then all you do is, as you've seen for what I've done with this, is I turn around and go, right, let's go, we're going to Farak. That's the guild CD plan. I push that out to everyone. That fills that top bar. And what I want to then turn around and do is I want this to hide anything that doesn't have my name in it. So yeah, those ones there. So that cuts back on everything on that. So I don't need to know when everything's happening on there. It's got combat potion because I need to know when I want to use my combat potion. Again, that's something I'm going to take out because people should hopefully be planning this themselves. I only put it in as a reminder for folk. But that's then the guild CD plan. And then we have our assignment plan, which I would push out and then use need to come in and set it. So you have three things, there's two things to set. One, I push out to everyone, and one you then come in and set, and then the second one you create in new window. And that gives you your different plans. And this bottom part, which you can't see just now, it won't show up because it's not got my name in any of it. Which is why I'm convinced that that section might need to be edited. But you essentially just come in and edit what you need to, and you fine tune it. So you then go back and you review it and go, well, how did I get on? Well, I'll look at what WoW analyzers told me, and you can see what was good cast, what was bad cast, and go, right, okay, do you know what? I get that it's not the... I didn't have a targeted spell, so that's a mistake that I've made, because yeah, I should target specific people. Why should I target specific people? Because I've told myself that's who I'm going to target, so therefore I should have targeted someone. And then same with the other things. So these should all start to improve because everything else is sort of falling into place through pre-planning. CDs, the effectiveness will be not 100% at all times, because it's reasonable to, unless you're doing them on cooldown all the time, you're never going to have 100%. What you will have is better placed CDs, because you're doing things round about the same time that other people's doing them. Why are they better timings? Because you're looking at the trend of it and you're going, when was something used? Why was it used at that time? You're trying to determine what was a better time frame for something. And it is simply by looking at the data and going, well, I know that that's placing the shit on the ground, which is going to spawn in ads. There's 4 times that happens. That's burning the roots. And that is the point where the boss is stood in the middle, pulsating, doing nothing, which is the burn phase. It's the time to push him back into an ad phase. So the reason that there's gaps should determine that you will have gaps, but they will be better placed. So you've got more efficiency in your cooldowns. Hopefully that helps, mate. I know I've kind of rabbited on for a few minutes there. And anybody else that's kind of watching the background, if you are wanting help with this, if you are in the guild, there is a section on Discord. It's a coaching form that will allow you to fill it out and ask for help. Yeah, no worries, man. Let's say yours is probably the easiest one to do for how to fix your rotation. It's not focusing on Hikili and following its rotation for CDs. It's using your CDs effectively at the right times. Find the right burst windows to use them. And it's not always going for who's got the highest DPS. It's using intelligent thinking and going, when is something happening? When's something not happening? Moving on to another fight. Agira is pretty much constantly on CD using stuff, because there isn't really any time that you're stood doing nothing. Same with Volcross, again, it's pretty much as it comes off CD, using it as much and as often as possible. Getting your CDs back if you need to push them. And just constantly going through each of these and thinking to yourself, right, who do I need to target? Who do I need to be working on? Who am I using different CDs on? You can see here that as you're going into different fights as well, you can see different fighters using different abilities. Yeah, it quite possibly is. I still think part of what's your hindrance is your. I've seen you doing it because I've watched you on Discord. You start getting frustrated and you start button bashing. You start getting flustered and you're not really focusing on. Bear in mind, so let me go to your training dummy. Leave party. A lot of if MD ever watches me now, I can play one-handed, and I do play one-handed. Look, a lot of my stuff's done through my mouse, but wait till I just changed my build. Even if you are following Hakili or following the week or whatever it is you're doing, oh, I need to go and pick up some stock. You've got to remember there is what's called the global cooldown. Now, the global cooldown is the time that it takes your spell to be active again. All your spells that are on a GCD has this ability. So you see that clock-ray method. Now whether you're looking at it down here, that one doesn't because that's off the GCD. That's off the GCD. But every other spell is on a GCD, which means you've got to wait and it coming off, that's off it, in order to be able to place them in. So you need to wait. Now, if you... wonder can I get keyboard layout? Hang on a minute. Give me a sec. On-screen keyboard, that's what I'm looking for. If I put that over here... How do we... Give me a second. Bear with me a second. No, that one's a bit janky. There's a thing that you can use, and I know there is, that allows you to actually show what's been cast. Is that it? Bear with me a second. So alright, I get what it's doing now. One moment. We do that. So we open that in OBS, which is add a browser source. Okay. It's not a browser source. Is it a browser source? It's a local browser source. So open on the browser or an OBS browser source. Local file. Browse. Downloads. It's that one and it's that there. Okay, that. Yeah, it's in the it's in useful links under the healer raid CD part. Right, I'm going to put that up there a second. Let's just come back. I don't know how accurate this is going to be. Wait. Let me start it. Ooh. Is that working? Let me just go back. So, if you have not set a client IP, you will do. Oh, man. I don't know if this is going to work or not. Let me give it a try. It's not, is it? I was hoping that I'd be able to show my keybinds and stuff. I'll come back to this. This is something I want to actually have. But essentially, what I was getting at is you need to slow down on your rotation. It's not just a hit everything at once. It should be very much looking at when to cast something. Now, bearing in mind, you need to wait for this clockery method to come back around on any spells. So it means that you've got time to slowly play it out. It's not just hit. It's a second delay. There's time to stop and think. There's time to cast. There's time to wait. Not everything's ready to go instantly. So it's a nice slow rotation. And then you're looking around you. So just now I'm looking down here. I'm looking at what I'm going to cast next. I'm looking up at the boss. I'm watching his swing. I can see I've got a proc up. I'm going to clear that. That's cast again. Back to the boss. Back to here. He's doing something. That would have a good time to mitigate. But I'm actually got enough defensive up. And I've got Shield of Righteous and back in Consecration. Shield of Righteous up. I've now got a free Word of Glory that I could be using. Is it worth using? Probably not. He's just hit me. I can now use it. So it's slow, steady cast. It's not a let's cast everything. You don't want to get into this habit of just pressing and hoping that you get something. So this is me just sort of going round and pressing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in different sequences. That's going to knock your rotation out. It's slow, steady, watching what's going on, watching to see what's happening. Is it worth doing something? He's going to hit me, so I'm going to mitigate that. I'm going to hold off my trinket because that's a mitigation and a CD. There's a cooldown to clear. You can see I've got a different CD up, so I'll do that one because it's worth doing. Build up, I'm going to do that. That's me mitigating. So even though it's not telling me to mitigate at this point, I'm still building in. Slow, steady, and precise key presses. Rather than trying to get overworked and overflustered. I'm just simply looking at what's going on. Yeah, he's going to hit me again, but I've got plenty of mitigation up. I'm going to hold off. Don't need to use that, that's a waste. So I don't get any damage. Consecration again. Now there, that's come off. I'm going to do that because I'm now needing it. Shield of Righteous back up. Proc. Consecration down, even if it wasn't there, I'll do that because he's going to hit me. I'll do that because he's taking a bit of damage. But yeah, Bragg, the most important thing is to slow and steady with your rotation. Making sure that you get concise keybind press and not just getting overworked and overstressed about it. You take your time and you look around. You're looking at what damage is happening. What's the boss doing? He's hitting me harder. Mitigate it. I don't have anything right now. CDs are up. I'm out of consecration. This is for me anyway. But it's looking around at what's happening to decide, is it worth me using it, or is it not? Procs up. Use it because I'm needing it. He's going to hit me in a second, so I'm going to put my trinket on just before he does it. There he goes. That's me mitigating it. Get back into consecration. But I'm not, if you watch down at the bottom here, I'm not smashing through my rotation. I'm very much using slow, consistent abilities. Mitigate. And it's looking around the room. It's what's happening. I don't ever look down here. I'm never interested in this lower third of my screen. I'm only ever interested in what's happening up here. I'm looking at my health, I'm looking at his health, I'm looking at what abilities I can do. I better put consecration down, I can do that. Take myself back up. Offensive, so I can get a couple more of these in. Probably going to use bubble in a second, just because it'll be a good time for it. Out of consecration. That was the proc. Now what I'm going to try and do is, I know that if I die as my Argent's up, I can get a proc from it. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to bring my health all the way right down and let them smash me. Oh, didn't get it quick enough, it was too quick. But yeah, slow steady rotations, and for you, plan your CDs, because it's not about using them on cooldown. For some people it is. For you, it's specific windows. And I hope that helped. I don't know if there's anybody else still on Discord just now. Anyway, on that note, oh dear. Look, I have watched you doing keys and stuff in the past, and I've watched what spells you're using, and I honestly can see you get very flustered and start hitting. I would honestly go into LFRs or go into normal raids and build up those abilities. Even, let's see, test out the one for when to use Crohns or whatever you want to call it, and see if it triggers. If it doesn't trigger, you need to think, right, okay, I need to edit this. How do I edit it? What do I edit it with? How do I get it to tell me to do this at this point? Well, you're going to end up getting the weak aura popping off with like 3-4 things at once. What you need to make sure though is that when the weak aura pops up to tell you to do something, is it's going to come up early. Don't press too soon. Wait till you're meant to use it. Think about the situation. Think about your placement. Think about the placement of other people. Think about who you're meant to be cast on, who you try to cast on. It's an aid to prompt you to do something. What you need to do is understand what it's trying to tell you to do and why it's trying to tell you to do it. So is it trying to get you to put out an ability at a certain time? If it is, it's going to tell you in advance, you're going to use this ability in 3 seconds. look around the screen and go, okay, for that ability, I need to hit 4 targets. How do I make sure I hit 4 targets? I need to reposition myself over here. Fuck, I need to quickly run. I need to fly over. Right, I'm in position. Fly over. Put out the ability. Right, I've done that one. Let's now rethink where am I going next. Let's start using my filler spells. I've got a bit of downtime. I don't need to worry about any of my cooldowns. There's no cooldowns popped off. I'll go into core rotation. I'll start using the things that help push out my DPS, because my CDs are planned out. I don't need to worry about them anymore. I'm not using Hikili for that. I'm using it for my core rotation. Fuck, there's a weak aura popped up. What does it tell me to do? It's wanting me to do that. Where am I stood? Where am I looking at? Now, it will become quite stressful to begin with. Here's a key bit of information for you. You plan your CDs for every raid fight. Your CDs are going to happen at the same time every fight, every week, every pool. The more that you practice those encounters, the more you practice those fights, the more that you get yourself into raid and rinse repeat, even though you're not getting any reward from it. You build up a muscle memory, you get those rotations nailed down. What you might want to do is fuck off all the filler spells and just focus on the CDs. Get them going out at the right places. Make sure you're getting your core ability done. And don't bother with the fillers. Get everything else first. Build it up. Take it one point at a time. Find who to put the abilities on. So you might decide that you've got your burst window of the first 24 seconds, first 54 seconds, minute 21, blah blah blah. You just pick 4 targets to buff. Might not be the right 4 targets because you don't know these people from Adam. But you turn around and go, right, there's a couple of rogues in the group and there's a couple of DHs. I'm going to tell myself that's who I'm going to put it into. Quickly edit it and put those names in on the weak aura. Take you a few seconds to do it, but pre-pool, you go in, you change it, you update it and go, right, happy days, that's my 4 people. Or you ask 4 people in the guild, look, I want to be able to practice this. Storm, Pred, whoever it is, guys, would you mind coming and doing this raid with me? So that I can make sure I use 4 people and I work in those 4 into my rotation. And then you've got set people, you know who you're going to be doing. They might be in different parts of the format of where you would like them to be in groups, because it might have one of you in group 1, one of you in group 2, somebody is in group 3. And that's another thing to do, is mix the groups up. Don't have your 4 people to buff in order. Have them so that they're spread out, because you're never going to have a perfect situation that you buff the first one, you buff the second one, you buff the third one, you buff. It's going to be somebody in group 1, somebody in group 2, somebody in group 4, somebody in group 1 again. You need to have it mixed up, but the core rotation and the muscle memory of it's a check system. I'm doing that person, I'm looking for them. That's popped up, I'm looking for that. That's told me I'm doing that, I'm doing this. And you just build it. You go through it, systematic checks. And then it's popping up to tell me, do this, I've done that. Next thing, tell me do this, I've done that. Move on to the next one. Next thing, done that. And it's a checklist of abilities. And that's where, as an evoker, I honestly think you've actually got a very easy class to play, because it's all about a support class, supporting other people, and then filling in the gaps. As long as you're doing the main part of buffing everyone, then the output of their DPS actually contributes back to you, which then in turn looks better on you. And then once you've nailed those core rotations, it's filling the gaps with your own abilities and increasing your actual own output on DPS. And because you're not getting flustered of, shit, I need to do that, I need to do this, I need to do this, you know that ability's going to come out at that point. Fucking sorted. I've now got a bit of downtime. I can actually do my own abilities. I've got a 30-second window. Now, 30 seconds might not sound like much, but 30 seconds in a raid is a massive chunk of time, because the fight might only last for 5 minutes. So 30 seconds is a long time for you to be casting your own abilities rather than standing about doing nothing, because you've planned everything else. You know when it's all going to happen. Sorry, I'm waffling on, but hopefully you're getting the point of you've actually got the ability to plan out your own CDs. You know when you're going to do your own abilities, and you structure that CD window down, and you go, that's That's going to be that ability at that point. That's that ability at that point. Go and practice it. Practice, practice, practice. Get the muscle memory of it down. Go back and look at the WoW audit and see, did you do that ability when you said you were going to do it? And the way that you find that out is by looking at the WoW audit itself. Hang on to bring up OBS. Edge. So why am I doing that? I want to do that. You can come in and see the timeline, and you can look at it and go, right, so I had planned to do these abilities at these timelines. So you can look at the game log and see when you'd planned for it, and then look down the list and see, did I cast that at the time I stated I was going to? Did I plan it to do it at the right time? If you didn't, ask yourself, did I not do that because I totally missed it due to a mechanic and I had to skip it? If that is the case, then maybe look at somebody else's timeline. Or could I position myself better to avoid that mechanic, therefore I would have a better time to be able to use that? I know that's a lot to take in, but hopefully, Bragg, that helps. And who else is still in stream actually? Who's still about? I know there's a couple of you. Give us a shout if you're still here and you've not fell asleep. I know it is getting late. I can see Bragg's here, and I can see Drone. But yeah, that's my advice, and I did say this to yourself as well earlier, Drone. This is something that you can do as well. You can plan when CDs were done, when were they put out. You might want to, for example, go and look for yourself, Drone, is find a rogue. If you're going to be buffing a rogue, if you're going to be buffing a DH with an unholy DK, when did they get PI, for example? And work out what was the points that they were giving them, because that might be the more optimal times to put out PI. And that's something you might then, so you know that you're going to be putting PI onto somebody, then all you need to do is Drone actually still here actually? I think he is. You would turn around and go, right, so you're told that you need to put PI onto Frosty. So you would come in and go, right, when out of these, so these are unholy DKs, when's it a good time for me to be putting PI out? So you would come in and go, right, I want to put PI on Frosty. Now bear in mind, this isn't the right spelling. And then all you do is copy that and go back into the game, go into MRT, and you've now, so I've assigned who you've to put PI on, but what you've then done is you went in and went, okay, right, so that's who you want me to put it on. I've now worked out when I'm going to put it on them, because you've looked at what's a good time frame. So it would actually be your own name. But you get the idea, is you find a DK who's received PI, and when was it the best times to do it, or when was it put out. I would look at roundabout there and there, because that's the bus window on that, and turn around and say, right, I'm going to use that as my template for it to tell me when to PI. You need to put your own name in that part actually, not his name. Now the colour's going to be wrong because it's going to be the unholy DK, or it's going to be a DK colour, but hopefully you're getting the idea there, Drone, that if we tell you who to put it on, all you need to do then is go, right, actually I've been told to put it on, but he's an assassination rogue. When did assassination rogues most commonly get PI? Well, it's round about the same points. And and you do the same thing, it might be that you choose one of these ones that's got slightly longer duration. You can see here there's a big gap. Now that's probably because there's another set of roots in here that's just out that time frame. So you maybe take that one and go, hang on, let's see, drone. So you copy that and put that in for to remind you when to cast PI. So you're not working on the principle, it's on cooldown, I'm going to use it. Because there's a mechanic going on halfway through that means that it's not a viable option. Hopefully I've not wasted my time explaining this, and that is going to help a lot, use. And I will pop down to have a quick chat with you before I head off. But for those that are still looking around the stream, thank you. Hopefully this has been of some use to you. If it's not, I apologise for wasting your time. But for those that did find it useful, if you're in the guild, I have got coaching services forms set up. Fill it out. I will go through it more. But I will do yours a bit more in depth because I want to do you and your partner in crime at the same time, but you at least know now what we're going to be doing. You can test it out to confirm how it's going to work, and I think this is probably the best option at this point now, how to improve your output on DPS. Anyway, ladies and gents, it is midnight here in the UK. I am going to head off. I haven't had my dinner. I have been talking non-stop all night. If Storm's about, can someone ask him to put a note on this YouTube stream and just put a marker saying Pred coaching 2 hours, so that I remember when to add a marker on it. Other than that, thank you everyone for tonight. I will probably be streaming again tomorrow, which is Friday. Yeah, Friday. I've got some DIY projects yet again. I'm going to try and mix up our streams. I'm going to also play some other games, so our social event on Saturday, even though the guild's on holidays, I'm still doing my own little things. Feel free, stop by, come and say hello. If MD knows how to get rid of that extra box for notes. You hold control. Shift right click to hide. Shift right click to hide window. Nope. It's shift and left click. It's not shift and right click. Shift right left click gets rid of it. Okay. Anyway, thank you everyone, and I will be down in a second. Peace, man.